cool.
Hello.
So that makes it me. Hello. Right.
Hello, stream.
So
It
we
is.
start.
wait. We have to
Oh
say.
shit!
Sorry.
You need to do your thing. You need to do your thing.
Yes. That's sorry. I started the wrong sound set again. I need to stop touching this. Right. So, hello, friends. Before we start the game, I have to say that, a few things. First of all, we're using Sirenscape for music. Wow. Wait. Is there? Wait. Wonderful. So yeah, we're using Sirenscape for music today. They have 10 free sound sets which you can use, or you can get a Super Siren Saver subscription, and you can have the access to the whole catalogue of music. We're also using music from RPG music maker Travis Savoy on YouTube, and Epic Journey. So please go and listen to them. Otherwise, that's everything, and we will do a recap. Thank you, George. Can you please?
Yes. Sorry, I was a bit too eager to do the recap, but yeah. So we start last session, and we have a diplomatic salamander mission because there is a salamander that has been wreaking havoc. So that is what we are heading towards. Brian is going to take point with Celia. Everyone does some preparation. So Cass does comprehend languages. She also tackles Brian casts hallucinatory terrain to make a fire chasm with blue flames. Brian asks about banishment, but like it could be good, so Neff's gonna have it ready. And then Neff and Loran form a squad of convenience, which is going to be the next campaign when we all inevitably die. And so we're like gonna hide. So everyone apart from C and Brian are gonna kind of disappear so that we can be back up in case they need it. We as we approach to where the salamander is, it's like completely invisible, it's like camouflaged, it's a big scary looking boy is my exact description for it. Celia speaks to the scary boy, and is doing very well, but the scary boy is a bit agitated, but Celia tells it that it was an intruder who woke it, not us. Brian through Celia explains that the intruder is now dead, but the salamander's like, well, I can't go from here until the everlasting one tells me. And we're like, well, can you not tell the everlasting one that the intruder is dead and so you can go home? The salamander's like, no. So we're like, great. So we're gonna instead decide we're gonna go speak to the everlasting one ourselves. And the salamander's like, okay, kind of likes us. We reveal the rest of the group. Salamander's kind of like, fine. And then, yes, it's all good. I mean, the salamander did at one point look like it was going to eat Slia, but it didn't, and that is a good thing.
Not for lack of trying.
I'm just skipping. Not for lack of trying. I'm just skipping through a lot because I have like lots of conversations between everyone. I've got. Okay, I'm going to say this one. So the salamander asks Celia if Brian is her master, and Celia's like, "No, it's my family," and it's like, "No, so cute." Anyway, so then we all decide that we're going to go to the everlasting one, which is down deep in the ocean. So we decide that the best way to get to that would be to find a big rock and let it drag us down. Celia gets the coolest rock, which Cass wants, and then Celia just gives it to her, so Cass then feels bad. So then we have Bluey and Neff going first into the sea. They hug the rock. You then have Cass and Celia going, and they hold hands. And then Brian and Aran bring up the rear, and they are each other's heaters. One thing to note is that the salamander does not come with us. The salamander is staying on the surface until the everlasting one recalls it. And then before Brian goes into the water, the salamander tells Brian to tell the everlasting one of the land and that he is the keeper of the Messiah. It's very cold underwater until Loran brings his spice. And so then we are walking through like the crevice that was clearly caused by the Alan's firepower and obviously where the salamander came from. So as we walk, we see bleached bones and algae that shrinks from the light and heat. Also, something that's very cool is the ice responds to Brian's royal feet, and he can hear 1,000 voices under the ocean.
Very
And
royal
it
feet.
is communicating. Very royal feet. Yes, that is. That
That's
was
why
a very
Loran likes his feet
important
so much.
distinction I made.
No other
Okay, well, we're
reason.
not going to go into the kinks and stuff of this couple yet. But yes, Loran has spice and Brian has royal feet. So then we encounter two merfolk. They are semi-translucent, and you can see all of their hearts and lungs, and maybe they don't have lungs, not lungs, whatever, the insides of them. And we have some chats, and we share some gossip about like Intruder, what's going up on the surface. They were really nice. So that was, and then Loran and Brian, merfolk flirt. So that's another kink that we're getting into already. Brian is like, "Do you want me to be a fish?" And Loran says neither yes nor no. You take that as you will. As we're approaching, there is a kelp forest between us and the crack that we need to go through. And Brian does a spell and realizes that there are some big boy sharks in the kelp forest. So Brian becomes an even bigger shark. And then we have I don't know if I've gone and got shark bait, ooh ha ha, but I don't know if we actually ever had someone as shark bait. So we all attach to Brian as shark and become his shielding flesh friends. And then I don't have the full description of the shark attacks. I just got shark attack, second shark attack, and antics ensue. So basically, lots of different things go down. Basically, we kill one shark and then convince another shark to eat the dead shark instead of us. And then we swim away. Yes, then we attempt to swim away, but we all fail and unattach from Shark Brian, and so we all have to do some swimming to escape the sharks. Once we have escaped the sharks, Cass finds a figurine on the ocean floor. We don't know much about it yet, but I'm just mentioning it. And Brian is like, "I'm taking that back because it's part of the Messiah," and Cass just says nothing and pockets it. Then we finally get to the dark crevice. We've got out the kelp forest. Nobody died. It's all good. Brian the shark goes into the crevice and where there's lots of bubbly water, and that means that he paves the way, and so we can just teleport in. I've then got Brown Flakes argue, Neff's a backpack, and Cass levitates on principle. Yes, this is because to get to where we needed to go somewhere high, and everyone was like debating on how to do it. And then we have some tea with Neff and Loran, where Loran does reveal that he would be sad if Neff died. So that is always a positive thing.
That was really big of him.
Yes. I was trying to read what I had. We have a Spider-Man kiss because Loran cast Spider Walk on himself and drops down in front of Loran for Brian, and they have a cute kiss. We have the ice, which is communicating even more with Brian's royal feet. And as we approach the chamber, we hear low rumbling breath. Brian tries to say hello, but we're too far away. And the breathing and footsteps is so big and heavy that it shakes the entire ice. We see a huge humanoid figure that does not notice us, and we just all go in and say hi. The frost giant is really mad, is clearly not a morning person and did not like being woken. We have a tasty snack joke. And then, yeah, Brian tells the big boy that we killed the threat and slash ate him. The frost giant explains how this is his home. He's safe and protected, but now that he's awake, he wonders if he should come out of hibernation and take back the ice. Brian gives a very good anti-chaos rebuttal. The frost giant is not happy, but new voice speaks in Brian's support. The frost giant has two faces. Cass and Brian try to do the good persuasion. Slya and Loran also are in the mix with this. And Giant Face 2 decides, yeah, okay, you know what? I could sleep for a little bit longer before returning. I could have another nap. And when that day comes, everything will change. But maybe that's only in a few centuries, so no need to panic just yet. Then we have, see, now this is going to be interesting because I definitely don't know how to spell these things. So let's see if I can remember how you said them. Brian asked the frost giant about yen. Yin?
Yin.
Yin. Cool. And the frost giant explains that he will find out soon enough. The giants are the beginning of the yin, which was a fake start. And then I literally ran out of pages in my book, so
Ah.
I went sideways. Oh, and we almost forgot the entire reason that we went down there. But Celia, of course, remembers and asks the frost giant to recall the salamander, so that he stops wreaking havoc on the land. And before we go, the frost giants explain that we need to take water from the front chamber, and then we need to sip it and sleep. And then we all make it out of the cold ocean, and we reseal the chamber as we go, so that the frost giants won't be disturbed, or hopefully won't be, because then they'll come to the surface and everything will change apparently. Cool. I
Okay.
think that is like the main big notes. If anyone has
Yes.
anything else that I missed out, please do say now.
I'm pretty sure that's everything. Okay. Thank you so much for the recap.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Righty.
Thank you.
Let's head back to the Maasai Ice Desert.
Are my feet still royal?
Well, so
Your feet are always royal.
your feet
Yay.
are always royal, yes. But
This is true.
I believe last time you described yourself as you leave the waters, you leave the caverns behind, you turn into a giant eagle and soar the rest of the way back. You can carry maybe 2 on a giant eagle, I believe. Is it 2?
He doesn't have to. He can just take 1.
Yeah, sure. You can carry 1 on the giant eagle, and everyone else, if they want to, can go back on the carpet.
I
Regardless.
believe he said he didn't want Neff to ride him, so he's taking the rat.
Wonderful. I apologise to you, Neff. But I think I'm just going to do a blanket apology for the whole game.
For the whole game, okay.
For the whole game.
I apologize for this campaign.
Indeed. However, Ulster, you do notice the question of your royal feet in mind as you do leave the ice on the way back. After having sealed that cavern, the blue flashes, the sonorous voices that accompany them, grow fainter and fainter.
My feet aren't royal
And-
anymore.
Well, you are still a royal, so
Mm,
perhaps there's something there.
Maybe I should have asked them. Too late now.
Trust in yourself. I'm sure you have royal feet.
I will examine them later and determine the answer.
Okay. At which point, I'm assuming you turn into your eagle and you soar up. As you pass over the crack in the ice through which you entered the ocean, you see the salamander, for a moment, invisible to your naked eyes as he blends in so well with the surroundings. But then, with a shift of white and an iridescent glitter, you see his huge form uncurl from around the opening, and without another moment's glance up, just slip back into
I
the
caw
ocean.
at him.
You want to?
I caw at him.
Caw! Caw! Okay, well then, if you do that, we'll look up. Do you have anything you want to do or say to him?
I flap my big wings.
He flails his big arms.
That's beautiful.
You had a moment.
Yeah.
A moment of primordial connection. And at which point, he does slip back down into the ice. The motion itself of such a huge creature entering the water is enough to lap ocean up onto the sides of this huge sheet ice. And as you fly above it, Ulster, kind of like the hippogriff in Harry Potter, your claws just kind of like trailing over the top of the water, following those cracks. you see just the sort of like the ripple of ocean enough to break through the thinner areas of the sheets and send water like kind of like rising up onto the shores of the Hainam Shieldlands. So, where do you go from here as you fly over the forest? Ulster?
Back to the Hainam area where we told them to hunker down.
Okay, so you're going to go straight back to the Hainam community area. So, it doesn't take very long in your flying form. No longer wary or being cautious of the creature.
We are the creature now.
You are the creature now. You see the community area, the settlement, much as you left it, although a lot quieter. Everyone having hunkered inside now. Most of the buildings which aren't occupied have been fully barricaded, having slats put over their windows, doors firmly shut. And you can tell just from the fact that Loran cast a sanctum, so people would naturally be drawn to that area. But also just because of like the size of the place, that everyone is probably still gathered in the main hall where you met Petra and his family. So landing outside, do you transform back?
Yeah.
Okay, landing outside. Do you transform back?
Before Brian says anything to anyone, the telepathic thing it's definitely been more than an hour since I cast it, so I'm not using that.
Sure.
But I'm just going to use just like the one send message and just be like, maybe let's not say that we saw the frost giant and the everlasting one. Just say maybe we convinced the salamander to give back.
Do you think it would cause unrest if I told them that there was a frost giant sleeping under the ocean?
More that the frost giant said that if you guys could have got here, others could, and we don't want the frost giant being woken up. I'm not saying that the Hainam tribe would go in, but news would spread, so maybe we keep that to our shields.
That is true. Not many people can walk underwater like us, but yes, good advice. Pat Cass on the head.
Sure. Also, can you just roll me an intelligence check as well, please, on that note?
Dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Yeah, so you know that Cass has a point with that, especially considering the level of magic that you know is available in the world and the kinds of people that abuse and use magic. Something as powerful as that would be of interest. However, more so than that, you know that there is a cultural significance to the Hainam tribe. The Frost Giants and their legends hold a cultural significance to the Hainam tribe. And you feel like if you start discussing them so freely, it could lead to social faux pas for your friends, which might be a bit difficult for you to navigate, considering that only you know really of the Maasai and its customs to a native extent.
Mm-hmm. Cass, would you mind telling everyone else not to talk about them either? Looks at Neff, looks at Bluey.
Yeah.
Also,
Cass does like a little separate message to everyone.
Okay.
Understood.
You can. Gotcha.
Neff nods.
I was just going to say, are you saying this out loud? But you clarified for me, so thank you so much. Okay. Loran gives you a thumbs up to indicate that he has understood. And you can disembark. And you want to enter into the community centre? The hall?
Should we take, what's her name? Was it Claire?
There you go. So, Clea was a little bit of a trek into the forest. You would have flown right over her.
No,
back.
she's in Loran's mansion.
Yep, but she's still in the community centre. Not in the community centre. She's in the halfway house.
I thought Loran's mansion was transportable anywhere.
Oh, as in you want to open the door? He would have to cast it again to open the door.
Oh, well then up to Loran, if he wanted to pop in to get her, if that's easier.
Loran says, I think I might go and get her, because I don't have that kind of magic today. Not again. So she might be stuck, well, unless you don't mind her being stuck there for 8 hours.
Look, I think we should go get her.
Oh, did Cass do the forbiddens today as well?
Cass, you're coming with us.
Wonderful. Alright, so we'll just send off a dream team, and Loran will summon the carpet around. This should be large enough. And the three of you can hop on it, whilst the other three of you can enter into the community centre.
Or you can make
just
a
say-
snowman and wait for us.
Make a snowman and wait, whichever you prefer. Okay. So, to catch up with Ulster, Loran, and Cass, you guys, realising that you should probably go back and pick up your friend, or your rescuee, you fly back through the forest and make your way to that halfway settlement. It is much unchanged. A few animals like sniff around the edges of the clearing, no longer hiding as they sense the danger disappeared. However, you are not focusing on them. You go straight towards that smaller hut, and entering inside, you can see right where you left it, the doorway to Loran's mansion. Loran, without ceremony, just whisks it open, and you can head inside, and you see that Claire has made herself comfortable, and she has positioned herself right in front of the doorway with the sunflowers, and appears to be using a small druid craft to water them.
She's the only Messiah who knows about the baby.
Yeah, the only Messiah who isn't in any royal family situation. And she looks over and she sort of just pulls her braid around and just kind of as if she's been caught out nervously, just touches it and she says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I like flowers, so
Understandable.
yes."
Flowers are good.
Would you like your own flower?
Yes, please. Also, what did your friend say? I don't speak common.
Cass, what'd you say again?
Flowers are good.
Flowers are good.
Oh, I see. Me too. I also think the same.
Alright, Cass is just going to sit down and start casting.
Thank you. Alright. So, you want to give a flower to Claire?
I'll make her a little snowdrop.
Little snowdrop?
It's a little bit icy when he hands it over because he's still struggling, but it's there. Like, there you go.
As you hand it to her, she kind of holds your hand. Thank you.
It's alright. Also stares and then's like, this is fine.
This is fine.
Is she just
Nice
holding
and
his hand?
Yeah.
Also swings it a little bit, cool.
Cool.
Looks at Loran. Do I let go now or do I hold on? He asks in common.
Loran says, maybe she's slightly in awe of the fact that a prince is making a flower for her.
Oh, I'll make her another one. He makes another snowdrop, puts it in her braid. There you go.
She blushes. Thank you. She suddenly lets go of your hand.
Can I inside check her?
Sure.
18.
She's enamored.
Okay, wait. Okay. Because of Prince thing, not anything else, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Ulster releases. He's like, yes, that is okay. Pats her on the head.
Oh,
We're going to
I'm
go.
sorry. You just need to understand. I mean, I don't mean you need to understand, but you just have to understand that we don't really get princes or royalty around here, and I've read about some of your adventures, and there's a book which has been circulating. I think it's been widely embellished, but the core aspects of the adventures are truly interesting to me, and
Also starts remembering the contents of that book, and he's like,
oh, don't worry. In the Messiah, only a very highly censored version is even remotely allowed.
how do you know there's an uncensored version?
Well, there's also, don't forget, the one that
She
was based
looks
on the
away.
play.
She looks away. That's also true. There's lots of different volumes and interpretations of your guys' legends.
Well, I'm sure the others would love to tell you all about those. We should get you back to your tribe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfectly all right. We're glad you're safe. We have a magic carpet. Would you like to get on?
I've read about that. Yes, of course I do.
Okay. Also, like, sets her up on the carpet and makes sure she's all secure.
Oh my goodness. This is exactly how I imagined it would be.
Mm-hmm. He stands behind her. She's in a combat wheelchair, right?
Yes.
He like holds the back wheels to make sure she doesn't slide off.
Gotcha. Understood. Okay. And Cass, after a moment, she kind of like looks over at you, and she clearly wants to ask you a question, but she kind of bites her tongue, like, as if concerned about the lack of ability to speak common.
I can translate for you.
Yeah, I could also cast whilst I can't do it while I'm casting Forbiddance because I want to get that one down. But then I
Gotcha.
can cast Comprehend Languages afterwards.
Sure, you guys can take the time. I'd say making flowers, watering the sunflowers, casting Forbiddance, setting up the carpet, and kind of just gathering yourselves, like slowly knowing there's no
Has Loran
threat.
just gone and stuck himself to the door?
Oh, you know it, 100%. He's just like, hello. This is my favorite position here. And no, that didn't no, I didn't mean
like,
that.
Open the eyes for casting.
Cause like,
Waggles her eyebrow.
I didn't mean
And
it
then goes
like
back to
that.
casting.
Everything is fine.
Yeah.
This is
Sure
fine.
you didn't.
No, this is the door to his child. No.
no. Stop him.
Stop. Okay. He says, I didn't say anything just then. That was all in your head.
That's gaslighting.
Also, a small clarification, like, Brian probably won't need to, like, hold onto her wheels. There probably is, like, a wheel lock that she can engage.
Okay, just in case the carpet, like, I mean more like the carpet, like, bumps and she goes,
Okay.
not so much,
Yeah.
like, wheeling back and forth, just making sure. Just, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. She does say, this is a very new kind of experience, so I appreciate the effort you're going to, thank you. And Loran detaches himself from the wall and just says, goodbye. I miss you.
You
Gives
can,
us like sunflowers, just like a little pat.
can see him later, around.
I know. Okay. And heads off to the carpet. Cass, I'm gonna say they chill outside waiting for you, and then you can make your way out as and when your spell is done.
Cool.
Closing the door to the mansion behind you, Loran clicks his fingers and it disappears into nothingness. And you can head up onto the carpet. Are you going to cast Comprehend Languages?
I am, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So you take a moment as you guys are flying back. Take it a little bit slowly, know that there's no urgency. You're able to understand as Clea says, honestly, I've never even seen it from this point of view before. It's crazy.
You.
It's a whole new world for me.
A new fantastic point of view.
Point of view.
Precisely. You speak Messiah now.
Yes, it's only for a little bit, but yes.
Oh, well, I had a lot of questions for you as well. So I actually have also heard about your exploits at the Zero and all of the different fighting pits you went through.
Oh, a blast from the past, yes.
The regular fangirl.
Oh, it's just there's like a little club. Some of them,
Like, this is...
yeah, we get together sometimes and we kind of like talk about your adventures and trying to figure out like the secrets of the magic and stuff. We have a little board.
Oh my god, this is...
Is your
I'm
club
sorry,
president's
Kat
name
is,
Aelin
like-
by any chance?
Kat is like, enjoy this, and I'm just like, this is too fucking cute!
Wait, what did you say?
And
What
somewhere
did you say?
Aelin...
Oh, I said, is your club president's name Aelin by any chance?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was
How
like,
did you
Aelin is
know?
definitely in that club.
Click.
It's Alina is a really great friend to me. They always make these like amazing like theory boards and like spiders webs almost. It's like most amazing stuff.
That does sound wonderful.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
That
she's
does sound
off.
great.
She's off on what's it? Migration. I don't know what my cultural customs are called. Off on migration right now, but I'm sure they'll be back very soon.
Distinctly.
I think Cass is like gonna sort of check her bag to see if she has like any like small carving that she could give them.
Sure.
As,
I'd
like,
say you
just
have.
like that's just like a little thing.
I'd say you have little practice talismans and figurines which you've been carving, just whittling as you go to keep your skills up. And you can definitely do this.
Yeah. Cool. I think there's going to be one in there because I think a little snowflake one. And give it because for the Messiah. Because like also she wouldn't want to do it one for like her because like there's other people in the DC, so she's just going to do a little snowflake for the Messiah.
Gotcha.
Just make the figure of yourself. There you go.
The leader
like
of the group.
I think you kind of look in and you probably have like, as you've been practicing for each character, you probably have like little figurines which kind of like, you know, suit each of their personalities, like snowflakes for Ulster.
Well, it's because like I did a figurine for everyone earlier back. There was like a little dragon, the Bluey.
For sure.
There was a wolf, Leah, a sphinx, Finesse.
Yeah.
A flower,
Wonderful.
which also had a snowflake.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So
A
you can
bottle
pull
of
it out.
alcohol for Cass.
You and actually could have a tiny little stopper which you could fill. That'd be kind of cute.
Cactus.
So you pull out the figurine and you pass it over, and Claire's like, I also read that you descended from stone carvers. Is this one of your mighty creations? It is, isn't it? I knew it. Ah! I have some of my own.
Wait, sorry, my internet died. What happened?
Oh, no.
Aw, that's very sad. No, I'll tell you. She said, I also heard you were descended from stone carvers. Is this one of your mighty creations? I have one too. And she pulls out a couple of like little carvings. I just picked up a dice because it's made of stone.
Aw. Cass is like, yeah, technically that is all true.
I'm amazed. Oh, I want to speak with the rest of your party. I'm excited to have a
I'm
proper
sure that
conversation
can
with
be
them.
arranged.
Not under threat of death. Yes. Yes. Indeed. Oh, well. Actually, I hadn't thought of this, but it kind of seems applicable now. I've read of your great wealth, sir, and she looks over at Loran.
I thought she was
And
going to say
Loran
that.
says,
Like,
well, conflicting sources. I'm not a charity, you see. And she's like, oh, don't worry, money is not necessarily something we... Anyway, that's beside the point. But, well, I also read about your ability to reincarnate or resurrect, looking at Ulster. And she kind of unfolds the cloth that she's been carrying, the sleeve, a sleeve of clothing which has a blood stain kind of going across one seam of it. And she just says, well, you see, you know.
Is blood enough? Hold on.
I think the body might still be out, but
Whereabouts?
I don't know. We kind of scattered, and I managed to grab this much.
Okay. Give me a moment. I'm just checking if there's anything else I can do to find the body.
You know that there were more scraps of clothing and that kind of thing, like of survivors, in the main hall as well. So if you don't have anything to find the body, you could also try investigating those bits of clothing to see if there's any more substantial DNA.
Okay, shall we drop you off before we go try and find a body?
Okay. Yes, I think the others will want to see that I'm well.
Most likely.
Okay. And she just kind of reaches out. Can I hold your hand again, please?
Of course, Ulster offers his hand.
And she takes yours and she just says, thank you. And you can feel her fingers are shaking ever so slightly. Just a little bit.
Ulster just...
Yay. Thank you.
I'm not very good at this, but I attempt.
You're doing great to me.
Thank you. If you'd met my father, you would know this is a vast improvement.
Oh, I could never. I don't know anything. I've never met.
I don't know anything.
I don't know anything. Yeah.
Just so flustered by the thought of ever meeting a royal.
He is grumpy. Scared of babies.
She kind of instinctively lifts her hand as if to say, should I be listening to this?
I'm trying to humanize him for you.
Huh? So wait. Well, maybe we can talk more of this maybe once we're back and... Oh, I see the hall coming into view now. And you do see the hall coming into view now. Everyone has been waiting outside. Well, have you waited outside or have you gone in? Have you been making snowmen as Cass and Ulster suggested?
Definitely waiting outside.
Gotcha. Alright, so as you kill the time, is there anything you want to get done at all?
Not particularly.
I thought checking on people there, maybe an insight check more than medicine check because the healers.
Yep, at the moment everybody's inside and obscured from view, so you could do that once you guys regroup and get inside the...
Oh, okay, right, yes.
Sure. Okay, if everybody is good to go forward, so you guys wait outside, and not before long, maybe an hour or so passes, a little bit more, considering Forbiddance needed to be cast. And you are reunited with your friends and Claire, who seems in good spirits, though a little bit uneasy as she holds a bloodied piece of fabric in her hands. You disembark from the magic carpet, and Claire moves over to settle between you, and she looks up at each of you and says, "Thank you so much for helping me out. I was in a bit of a pickle. I didn't think... Oh, you don't speak my language. Never mind."
Cass translates.
I say, can we insight check just to kind of get the vibes on what she's saying?
You can insight check for sure, and then Cass will translate for you, kind of a little bit more on a delay, so you can get the
If she's
vibes.
speaking Massage, would Neff be able to understand some amount of it?
Intelligence check, please.
Okay. Could I do with advantage? Because I feel like I've been doing pretty well with my lingual skills.
Lingual.
What, any kind of lingual, like trilingual, bilingual?
Triangles. I love triangles. It's my favorite shape.
Roll for triangles.
Roll for triangles. All right. With advantage?
Do a D4.
D4. All right. My triangle roll is a...
Okay.
What the hell? It is a nat 1 on the triangle.
Naruhodo. Okay, so Blue, you got a 7. Anyone else rolling?
For insight, it was a 26. No, wait. Hang on.
Oh.
27. It's
27.
9. 9 for my vein.
27 is one of my angel numbers.
13 on
Okay.
intelligence.
13. Okay, sweet. So, with a 27, you can get a vibe for sure. And then all of that is confirmed for you when Cass translates, and then yes, the other two of you also are able to understand once Cass translates. So,
Are we there?
with that in mind, you've arrived, yes. with that in mind, Claire smiles and just says, I thank you for rescuing me and helping me and stuff. I was in quite the pickle there. With Cass translating, you guys can respond. We'll just say that Cass does it. You don't have to do it every time.
You're
I'm glad
welcome.
we can help
Blah blah
you.
blah 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 blah.
Oh. Thank you. Look, I got one of these mighty creations. I holds up a little stone.
Blah 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 blah.
I like your stone.
Thank you. It's this. Cass gave it to me. My
It-
best friend Cass.
It's wonderful.
Blah blah blah.
Should we perhaps go in and check on the other tribe members?
Can translate it all?
Yes, I think that might be a good idea. I think they'll want to know that we're back all safe. After that harrowing adventure we all went on.
Wolfsdad takes the bloody cloth from her and just puts it in his pocket. He's like, I'll deal with this later.
Thank you. I can't wait to tell them of all the adventures that we had all together.
Yes.
Wow. Amazing.
Oh, and he leans in. Just
Yes,
just
you were very important part of our adventures. It couldn't have happened without you.
Yes. Thank you. She blushes. The fan club is gonna lose their minds.
Yes, don't tell your fan club about the baby. It's just secret for now, okay?
Oh, are you entrusting me with a
Yes.
national secret?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. This is just like chapter 12.
Wolfsdad
Okay.
just takes a step back and he's like, yep. I'll be investigating how you got your hands on uncensored materials, but
I swear
he winks at her.
she moves inside and
Speaking
going
of
into the
Cass, would you like to hand over the treasure that you found so I can look at that?
I'm really sorry. The internet is dire from my
Treasure.
end. What did you say?
Speaking of
actually, yeah. Cass
national
is gonna
interest,
do some investigations. Cass is going to investigate it. She is going to do identify.
if you show it off to Allstar, I'll give you guys advantage on that.
Yeah, Cass is definitely going to show it, but I think Cass is also wanting to have a because with
Gotcha.
identify she needs to be holding it to figure it
Understood. Okay.
out. Yeah. Well, so just while I'm chatting, if I talk with anyone, I'm really sorry. The internet's really bad, so people freeze, and I don't always realise you're talking. So if that happens, I'm
Gotcha.
sorry.
That is a-okay. I understand. Righty. Oh. So, would you like to roll? You're doing identify. So you need to roll.
Yeah, so it just does it.
Yes.
with
So,
advantage, you're showing it to Allstar.
I don't think there's anything to gain advantage on identify.
Yeah, it just tells you.
I just sort of I
Or if you were
learned.
rolling an
if-
investigation. I meant.
Oh right, yeah.
Allstar, if you want to learn about these, the origins of these kinds of figurines, then would you roll me a history check, and I'll give you advantage because you are Messiah. And
Thank
Cass.
you for the advantage.
You're welcome. Okay, Cass, with your advantage, no, with
17.
your identify, looking at these figurines, they seem to resemble. It seems to resemble the Sorry, can you remind me how many you found? Just one?
I think it was.
Yes. Sorry.
Just one
This
that
figurine
was
seems to
really
resemble. Yeah. So, this figurine seems to resemble a mermaid.
Oh,
Mermaid. Slightly more fish-like, I'll say, than the. Are you okay? Is my voice coming through for you, Cass? George?
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I had some blips on my ears. Yeah. Seems to resemble a mermaid, more fish-like than you would have expected to see. Something about this being perhaps more of a creature than a humanoid. And And as you identify it, you know that this creature can turn into a actual mermaid.
This figurine can turn into an actual mermaid, or this
Yes.
creature.
Sorry, this figurine can turn into an actual mermaid. And this creature
Right.
will exist for a duration specific to each figurine, and at the end of the duration, the creature reverts into its figurine form. It can revert early if it drops to 0 HP, or if you use an action to speak the command word while touching it. When used again, until a certain amount of time has passed. Sorry, the creature cannot be used again until a certain amount of time has passed. And for this, it can become a mermaid for 1 hour, and after that, it will need a long rest before it can become a mermaid again.
Okay. Is it like sort of kind of like Barry? Like Barry is
Yes.
a magic snake, but like not necessarily. It wasn't like the Barry was a snake, and then someone went, "I'm going to turn you into a belt." They went, "I'm going to have a belt."
And it's going to turn
that
into
turns
a mermaid.
snake. Basically, just checking the figurine isn't like isn't a mermaid that's been trapped in a figurine
No.
form.
Oh my goodness.
It's not a trapped mermaid. It's a figurine that can become one.
Yes. It's, yeah.
Okay.
Which you would believe is why it looks so... you know what it sounds like? Sorry, not sounds like. You know what it looks like? It looks like someone who has been told what a mermaid is, and therefore tried to make it off their own accord, rather than ever having made one off first-hand knowledge. So that's why it looks so obscure. Ulster, you know that these kinds of crafts are common, based off of the mythology and the kind of like legends surrounding the waters of the Maasai, the creatures that could be found in them. Most commonly found in the Shieldlands, considering that that is where most of the mineral deposits are. Any kind of stones, which would be easily accessible, would be found here. You do know, just because of the nature of the land, that the Maasai does have a very, very rich mineral wealth underground, but it's so far under the ice that it is almost inaccessible. So this has to be of a Haynam/Shieldland origin, and
Very old.
the very, very old indeed. Probably once belonging to someone quite powerful, but whether that person is still around or not is obscure to you. This seems to be, much like a lot of the treasure you find, a lucky chance finding this figurine. So.
Can I roll a general, I don't know, intelligence or insight, if it's kind of not okay to take Haynam ancient historical relics for ourselves?
I don't necessarily think you need to roll.
Okay.
That.
If,
However,
yeah.
you do get the impression that if something like this was found and returned, you might gain a lot of favour with the tribe.
Okay. If Cass allows him to, Ulster is going to lean in and just pick up the mermaid and say, I think we should give this back.
Ah, that's fine with me.
Okay. Good. This is extreme character development. He baps Cass's cheek.
Cass is friends with the Haynam tribe. She's like, she likes them.
Cool.
So she's fine.
I will be
and they
returning.
like Cass.
Yes. Must be the facial hair. Also turns around and heads in.
Oh, it's really coming through now.
You know what they say about Dwarven women?
Cass, if you wanted to have a cool neck tattoo that looks like a braid, like a braided beard, you so could. Just saying. Anyway.
I could do it. I need to, yeah, anyway. We'll
I think it's
Ponder
canon
that.
that in fantasy that Dwarven women
make
can.
my tattoo.
Dwarven women can, hell yeah. 100%. So, as you guys
Lord of the
enter
Rings canon anyway.
yes, as you guys enter into the main hall, you are met by the sounds of a jovial voice singing a low tune to the surrounding children. I'm not going to sing it, but you see that. Oh no! No, I cannot do this. A low voice singing a jovial tune to the children. It's an old Messiah folk song. Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. And you see that Petra is singing to the children from his sick bed as he's recovering. They've gathered all together, assembled in these sort of like haphazard lines, just as if they've been told, like, you got to sit still, you know, you can't be like playing about like up in here. There's like could be potential danger outside, and they are enraptured by this performance that's going on. Some of the older children are hanging back slightly, you know, still those who went out still slightly shaken by what they saw.
National anthem, that is.
Yes, I know, and your namesake too. It's wonderful.
All the game ones are named after the national anthem.
You guys are true patriots.
In fact, he looks at the round. We should probably take our first child's name from that and then add another one. And then the rest of them, I don't mind you naming whatever you would like.
We are going to have fun with this. If this must be what is done.
I will give you the song lyrics.
Thank you. And as you enter, the singing kind of comes to an abrupt halt. Jazz music stops, as Thomas might say. And the children look around, Petra looks up, and Claire says, "Guys! And look who I found!" And just points at the group of you. And the children immediately kind of rush up to her and kind of like gather at her knees and just kind of like lean onto her. And she kind of like ruffles their hair, and she smiles and says, "Thank you for bringing me back." To the group of you. I have
no problem.
I have many questions for the rest of you. Points to Bluey, points to Neff, especially you, points to Neff again, and you as well, Celia. But I should probably just go and greet my friends and family.
I think Cass would go up to Petra and like pour a big drink.
Yeah, he beams at you as you come inside and just says, "You brought her back." Of course. Thank you. And yeah, no, I need this. Just takes it. Glug glug glugs. Looks at the rest of you.
Alcohol really is the best medicine.
It really is. Tell that to the healers. They won't listen to me whenever I say it.
Well, there is moderation that should be implemented.
It's true. It can be used as paint thinner as well.
Coming
That
from
is heresy.
that is coming from a recovering alcoholic.
Heresy. Anyway. Oh, that sounded.
Yep.
Anyway, do not hover in the doorway. Come and take a seat at our hearth. You've already done us a great service. It's time for you to rest.
Well, we need to go do more because we have I was about to say body parts, and he was like, "No, we have to recover one more of your lost party." But before we leave, Ulster gets out the Little Mermaid thing. Found this at the bottom of the ocean. I believe Cass recovered it, and it is a relic of your people. Here you go. He hands it over.
He takes it and says, "This is a lot of. There's so okay. A lot of things have happened in the last 10 seconds, and we need to kind of unpack them, sort of like as we go. So, you have one more yet to recover. You didn't find. Okay. Please, anything you can do on that regard. And you can see he's clearly lowering his voice intentionally, as there are children around.
Do you have? I don't think. Do we have any oils? Or he might ask Petra. Do you have any oils that could be we could use?
I believe we could provide you with what you need.
I can do the magic. I'm just we didn't prepare for this.
Thank you. And this, I will have my apprentices take a look. They've been studying the texts in their downtime, so maybe they might have an idea about where in our mythology this comes from. Thank you for returning it to us. It's good to see. that the royals care. I'm not to say your father doesn't, but with things, well, with changes coming up, one always has to reassess their opinions, and we've supported your family in the past, and I think we weren't wrong in supporting them then. And maybe we wouldn't be wrong to support them now, eh?
I am. Thank you. I think my father is a good king, and he is learning to be a better person. So thank you for having patience with him.
Hey, it's you I'm on about.
I am not a king, and I have been trying to be a better person this entire time.
But he has very royal feet, and I think you'll be wise to follow them.
Interesting. I intend to get to the bottom of that. I can't throw a gas.
I'm not showing anyone my feet.
Allstar, if you want to know the quality of your character, then you should just look at the company you keep, to be honest. You've got good friends around you. Strong friends, and he looks at you, Bluey. And kind. And bizarre, points to Neff. But from what I've seen, you attract the right sort. People who genuinely care.
Well, you can keep their company whilst I'll go try and recover what I can. And
But of course, we will start a meal of sorts. Well, how's that sound? Seeing as we're all together now. Something to lift the spirits.
yes, I'll call you out when I need the oils.
Do you need
Understood.
assistance in searching out?
Slya and Neff are probably the ones to bring if you do want that. You know, Ulster.
I will roll a dice to decide who he brings. Slya is over 10. He looks at Slya. Would you mind accompanying me? I think Neff would get cold. He looks at her small form.
She's partially shivering already.
No.
Pedro just says, "Get down here! Sit with the rest of us."
Loran
Not
can be a
moving.
portable heater.
Yeah, Neff, he just kind of like
Ah!
grabs you by the scruff and just like sits you down.
Oh,
Immediately before your butts even hit the earth, a bowl of soup and a little pitcher of Nevin is already put in your hand.
that was quick.
Yeah, we work fast.
Efficient.
Well-oiled machine.
Well-oiled machine. Thank you.
Whatever a machine is.
Well, enjoy. We will be off.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Alright.
Says backing away.
Loran says, "I will keep the place toasty for you."
Sounds good.
I know.
I love toast.
Thanks, Cass.
I will make us some toasted bread. I think I have rations left over. Isn't that kind of me? Isn't that generous?
Ulster's already outside.
Goodbye, my lovely husband. And
The
goodbye.
most generous.
Cass, help me cut up this bread. And he sort of pulls out a few rolls from his rations pack.
Out of his boot.
Cass like pulls out her axe and is like,
It's stale bread and axe. And just like together
Yeah.
they are. Oh, good. Right, so that's my favourite ship. Stale bread and axe. So, Bluey, Neff, whilst Cass and Loran are occupied with making toast, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? You can see there are children about. There are the people you previously healed, Neff, and you see that Claire has made her way over to a gaggle of tween-aged girls who are huddled around these like sort of like roughly bound texts, which seem to have almost been water damaged from what you can see.
Water damaged texts.
Indeed.
Do I know anything about, from my years of book nerdiness, do I have any potential insight into potentially helping out in this specific situation, or no?
If you wanted to go and have a look at the books, you could.
I will waddle on over to these teenage girls who are most likely taller than Neff.
Oh, certainly.
I'm intimidated.
Claire is a little bit taller. You guys are about on eye height. However, everyone else does tower over you. They are Haynam, so they have the blood of the giant in them. As you approach, they kind of like hush, and like one of them pokes Claire and is like, "She's coming over." And these
It's like high school all over again.
teens are all like, they all suddenly like kind of like fall quiet and stare at you like wide bug eyes, just like. And Claire's like, "Neff, we didn't really get a chance to talk."
Hi. Hello.
Hi. But hey, so
I think Neff only has very basic words she can use in this
I'm gonna have
situation.
you roll an intelligence check for me as you go.
How many intelligence checks do I have to roll before I learn like basic language skills for this?
You're gonna get there.
I hope so. Alright. Alright.
Go now.
Oh, it's pretty good. Not amazing, but pretty good. Did you say intelligence?
Sure.
That is a 17.
17. You managed to get about half what they're saying. You can tell that they're welcoming you.
Hello.
Hello. You understand that for sure.
Can I see the books?
You point to the books. She kind of cocks her head. Books. Pass them over to you.
Alright, I would like to inspect them now. Can I investigation or...
But of course you may.
Could I medicine check the books? As like, it's the health of the paper.
No.
Okay. That was worth a shot. My investigation is +1, my medicine is +8.
Was it worth a shot?
It was worth a shot, I think.
It
What,
was
a-
worth a shot.
what did I have to lose, you know, aside from
Investigation.
everything?
yeah.
15.
15. Okay, well the first thing that strikes you is that these books are not in Massage.
Okay.
As you know, Massage is a runic language which is quite old and exclusively spoken in the Maasai. However, it seems that amongst these books is a key, a language key, also very water damaged, which has been opened and used and deciphered to no end. It looks far more distressed than the others, and you get the impression that amongst these books, not amongst these books, that these books were probably washed up, considering the salt damage and the crinkling of the pages.
Oh, so it's like ocean damage.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Indeed. The key is not enough on its own to translate any of them. However, you get the impression from what you can see that somebody amongst this group must have at least some grasp of Common. You also know that Petra speaks Common to a quite high level. So you get the impression that some of these girls probably know a couple of words here and there. There are some very, very basic things which would allow you to at least say hello, and that Petra would have helped them to translate some of these books. And included amongst these books are a censored and an uncensored version of wait, I forgot the name.
Of Brian's OnlyFans account.
I forgot the name.
The Royal Feet. At the Royal Feet.
Oh no!
What was the name?
He
Sparday.
wouldn't.
He would attract a high price. And the highest.
Jesus.
The highest of the high.
Oh,
He would be mortified.
Oh my god, where is it?
is now a good time to tell you my computer
Was
battery is 69%.
Old
Nice.
Mead and Honey, 7 Habits of Highly Effective
Nice.
Half Elves, highly
In the Heart of a Dying Star or something like
the
that?
heart,
or
yeah, the Heart of a Dying Star.
That's such a cool name.
Yes, for the coup. No, for the coup? No, for the book about Ulster and Loran and the whole party.
Cute.
But you know that Maurice Sinclair's books also sort of like encompass. No, I'm sorry, I got that lost. That's Loran. That's Danny Wells' smut. you have Danielle Smut as well as Maury Sinclair's. So that is how the people have the understanding of.
Look, it's all highbrow literature, right? I don't see a difference there. I
Yeah.
don't discriminate.
I understand.
Look, I gotta support my sister.
Yes. You do.
Like the pause before the yes. But okay, that's all well and good. Quite funny even. And
And
pretty
thank you.
wonderful. But is there anything I can do with what I know? Is there any way I can help the situation with regards to fixing the water damage or offering advice in some way or anything like that? Or do I?
Mending.
Do I still? I think I did. Hold on. I do have
Oh my
mending.
God,
I do have
yeah,
mending. I do have mending.
Neff, you feel the presence, the electric
yeah.
presence of a huge dragonborn just like behind you, almost T-posing in their earnest to mend these books.
You want
Louis,
to
I'm gonna
hear the
say
word
you're
Louis.
mending?
you hear the word mending and it's just like it's like a switch flip.
My.
Mend.
Yes, mend. Mend.
Mend.
Bluey, would you help me in mending these books?
Mend, yes. Yes. She takes the sword out.
No.
Oh my gosh, imagine if you use the sword as like your magic symbol, your like arcane focus to cast mending. So it's like mending strike.
Bluey, across the room, Cass sees you lift out your sword to start with the books, and she's there with her axe with the bread. It's just like looks at you and like, yes, this is the
You
right
get-
way to do this.
You hear high-pitched squeals as these like tiny swaddled children just kind of like bobble at your feet, like running in different directions as they see these weapons drawn. They're like,
Neff will, in return, do absolutely nothing to calm the situation, but she will assist in the mending.
So what you do is you take these books from the hands of these tween girls and you start casting magic on them with your weapons and horrifying facial features whilst all these children run around in terror. And Petra just sort of looks at all of you and just starts laughing and is like, this is exactly what I wanted when I said we needed to calm down and lift people's spirits. This is great, wonderful. And all together you're able to mend some books, make some toast, and have a fairly successful first proper social encounter with the Haynam younglings. Okay.
Task failed successfully.
Task failed successfully. Ulster and Slya, please, as everybody fails their task successfully in the hall of the Haynam tribe, you guys can go and you can start examining the surrounding area for the body. Now, you know that the body has been, as far as you're aware, pulled and carried partially from the epicenter of the attack towards the halfway house before being abandoned by Clea so that she could escape. So you're looking along with that line. I think by this point you can easily trek back there, not wasting too much time considering there is no longer a danger posed to you all beyond natural wildlife, which is very easy for you guys to dissuade or completely avoid entirely. But once you get to the halfway point, I'll ask you to make me investigation checks. If that's all right.
Survival?
Survival, okay?
Not good.
Not good. You tried.
Survival is a dirty 20. And I
Uh-huh.
guess investigation would have been much worse.
9.
Okay. With a 9. Unfortunately, as you kind of like look around, you're kind of like dazed as you remember that the door to your son was right there just moments ago, and you kind of feel like that kind of like longing to be like in that peaceful place once more, maybe.
I think-
Distracted slightly.
I think Ulster, with the distance from the heat, is starting to freeze up again a little bit, and he's probably also a bit distracted by that.
Gotcha. Okay, and Slya, I'm sorry, did you get a 21?
It was a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. With the dirty 20, Slya, you do actually find with your survival a a track, a set of tracks in the ground, which are obviously from Claire's wheelchair. You can see they are obviously her chair is adapted to this environment, so the wheels are slightly spoked, which leaves a very obvious path in its wake. Usually would not be any kind of problem, considering that there aren't too many dangerous animals living in this place. But clearly, in her haste to avoid areas where this creature would be able to follow her, she wasn't so careful as to clear her tracks. And you could follow those into the woods. And it's as you get deeper into the woodland that you come across a slightly more I was going to say sinister, but a slightly more obviously blood pattern on the earth. Following that trail, you come across the body of what appears to be a young female Hainam tribe member. You can't make out much about her expression or her face because it's just caked in red. She is fully missing one arm, as far as you can tell, and her chest has just been sort of carved from here down to just below her armpit. Probably 17-ish in terms of human years.
Is there any way we could wrap up the body?
I don't need the whole body.
You want to take apart a bit of her hair?
Yeah, I think Ulster drops down and just cuts off a chunk of her hair. And
Sure, you can cut her ponytail.
but I think before he leaves, he just raises his hands over the snow and moves it to cover the body.
Okay. Yeah, Slaya was if he was going to just leave her there, she was going to ask for them to do something that she wasn't just exposed like that.
She won't be exposed, but she'll be returned to the Messiah in one way or another.
Mm.
He climbs back on the carpet.
Slaya joins him. Are you okay?
Yeah. He hands her the hair. I'll make it a bit icy if I hold on to it for too long, so if you wouldn't mind just holding it until we get back.
I think rather than take the hair, she just kind of wraps her arm around him, since I assume he's leading the carpet.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys can start slowly making your way back to the main hall. As you pass through the Maasai, the area is peaceful once more so than it was beforehand. And you see that wildlife that was carefully returning to its natural habitat beginning to fully make use of the area once more. You see Arctic foxes dancing through the undergrowth. You can hear the chirps of birds which would be native to this area. And the ferns shake, but only with the cold wind. And you can smell nothing more than a homely fire from ahead of you and the salt of sea from behind. And you push forwards, and within moments you are back to where your friends are. And Ulster, at this point, kind of holding your cloak against you. Your hands are almost frozen into those fists. And you know you need to be near Loran sooner rather than
He
later.
Knocks them together. I could make little baracas.
Also, is Slaya kind of frozen to Brian at this point, since
She's
she had her
Probably.
wrap
if you
her
lick a
around him?
I'm
licking an
sorry.
ice lolly, your skin is just kind of oh, I see.
I'll get Loran.
You guys fused together
Clattering.
almost. You
Yeah.
clatter inside, and it's instantly a lot warmer. You hear the sort of ah! of many children. You hear the kind of sounds as Bluey and Neff cast Manding. What can that sound like? This. Yeah.
Can you guys
Slight
hear
sound.
anything? Because I can't hear.
Nope.
I've got the basic.
I've got the music, but I didn't hear the sound effect yet.
I don't have
Oh, okay.
anything.
Okay, let me just restart it for you. Can you hear this?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
I'll just read.
Restart and make sure that you've joined the game. And if you can't join the game, I'll send you another invite.
Okay. Because I was wondering if we were playing anything.
I was playing just the Maasai, the standard Maasai music.
Okay. Am I in?
Let me play some battle music.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Got it now.
Wonderful. All right. Excuse me. Oh, let me just pop this on. Let's say. Let's go somewhere a little bit more jovial. I can hear myself slightly. Is there an echo coming from somewhere? Hello?
La 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 la. La.
No? Thomas, is there an echo coming from anywhere?
I can't tell who it's from, but I did see Lily and Bluey light up, so I don't know who. Lily and Bluey are 2 players. So I
Try
don't know.
again?
I don't know if it's anyone.
La 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 la.
Hello? Okay, I think it's disappeared. Alrighty. So, you guys land outside of the hall of the Hainam tribe. And you can make your way inside and you hear these children screaming around. Ah! You hear the sounds of magic being cast and can smell fresh bread, well no, dry bread being toasted over a fire. Allstare, you see, again, I'm sorry, this is the wrong sound set. Excuse me. That didn't work. Sorry, Sweeper's being a little bit finicky today.
Damn technology.
Technology. Okay, so, and you see that your husband, Loran, is softly toasting some bread, manipulating the fire ahead of you. And
Me.
oh, you're back. And he just like looks pleased and immediately comes and wraps himself around you. Shoo, Slya. Shoo. Oh, you're stuck.
Yeah.
Right. Let me just. And there's just a flash of warmth that just kind of like bursts forth from beneath his fingertips, and immediately you are just like shoo, apart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Slya.
Yes,
The
you're
thought was there. I am very cold.
Loran's chest is like a comfortable heat, like as if you're sitting in front of a furnace. Told you I'll bring the heat.
Yes. Please defrost me before I go bring back a dead person. He presses his Maraka hands against Loran.
You know, you can take a moment.
I would prefer to just do it.
Right. Leah, would you want to just go grab the oils from Petra for us?
Of course. She just kind of makes her way through the children and carefully navigating around everybody to Petra.
They're just running at your feet, wiggling slightly, as children tend to do.
Just wiggling.
And just wiggling, cash. Right. So, Slya, you make your way through, and Petra seems in better spirits and looks at you expectantly. Stands up slowly. They're still a bit shaky he's still a bit shaky on his feet, but a bit more confident and fully healed thanks to you. And he just says, "What did you find?"
We found we found the body. And
This music's very dramatic. Hold on.
retrieved
Okay.
what we could. Laying to rest the rest.
Right. Well, I believe we only need a small part. And he kind of winces a little, as if it sort of pains him to talk of one of the children of his tribe like that. Right. I'll come out to observe. She might be a little bit disorientated. Sorry, did you want to say something?
Oh, no, having a familiar face would be good.
Yes. I also want to speak to you and your friends. Perhaps once you've had a little bit of time to calm down and warm yourselves, have some food, some drink. We, well, at least I am interested in the events of the past day. Just a little.
Of course, once we're all together.
Thank you, and he just kind of slaps you on the back, heartily. Oh, don't stumble. Don't stumble into the fire.
Yeah, Slya would stumble.
Catches you. Right, well, I'll make my way out. I don't know if you're coming or if anyone else is, but I'll see you in a
I
moment.
think Slya probably would stay inside to supervise the chaos.
There's just like plenty of that going on. Right, Cass and Bluey and Neff, you all see that Slya and Ulster have returned. If you wanted to go and assist them or observe the resurrection, you may now do this.
Yep, I'll go.
I think
Never know, just in
seeing
case.
that, I think Cass would actually want to distract the kids from
Gotcha.
like anything.
Sure,
Does
we can...
anybody want to ride a giant snake?
Except it's more of like an intrigued scream this time, and they just kind of all attach themselves. Where have we seen this scene before? So, sometimes in school, children will just grab whatever they can reach of me. And Cass, unfortunately, you are a slightly smaller stature, so you just feel a child affix to every limb, front and back. So you're like the Michelin Man, just kind of like boom, 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 with all these tiny baboos on you.
Can I try it and do a strength check to see if I've taken
If you
down
become a
or
pile
if
of
I-
babies, yes, you may.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. That
Oh, no.
is. Wow. An 8.
Well, so what happens is, have you seen... I was about to ask, have you seen Shrek 2? As if... So, you've seen Shrek 2. We all know what happens in the final battle scene where Jinji collapses into the castle, just like... That is exactly what happens. Exactly what happens to you. You fall to your knees first, and two children detach to save themselves from being crushed, and then you just forwards, and then it's just a lost cause as children pile on top of you. This actually happened to me. I taught a first grade class, and there's this little boy who would just not let me go, and like all of his friends at first were trying to like peel him off. And then they just started giving up and joining in, and I was just like, oh, and the homeroom teacher came in and was like, let her go, and it was great.
Let her go.
It was so cute.
Oh, so cute.
All of the people I taught, all of the little baboos I taught are third graders now, and like they're actually having like full conversations and not just screaming, and I was like, they've come so far. So, anyway. But yeah, all that aside, you are able to successfully distract them somehow without needing to show them the huge monster snake, which is a feat, to be honest. Slya, I think you just get to see this all unfold, and
Yeah, just enjoying watching Cass having fun with the kids.
amazing.
Maybe
So,
burning a bit.
Bluey, can you just remind me, are you going in or staying outside? Oh, going outside.
Who?
Bluey, are you staying in or going outside?
I think Bluey will stay in. she does remember being pointed at enthusiastically because someone wanted to ask her a question.
Yeah.
It's not that
Okay.
she would know that, but she
You were
remembers
pointed
being
at enthusiastic.
and like
Sure.
especially you, like oh no, that was never mind. But anyway,
Understood. So you can definitely do this.
and also it's cold outside.
Yes. So you can settle in amongst Claire and her friends, her little fan club. And here's what I think is going to happen. I think it's rather than a conversation, because unfortunately, massage is not necessarily your strength. Will you roll me an intelligence check to see how well you can communicate in the basic terms, like introducing yourself and like learning new words in massage?
No, this is just Bluey trying to do a massage on them.
Yeah.
Thinking that's how you communicate. Hello!
It's a universal language. Bluey? Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, so Bluey, you head over and you sit down.
Louis, is that a dirty zero?
Dirty zero.
Yes, it's a dirty zero. Oh.
So, better than a -1.
Bless you, little stop.
Bluey, you head over, and I think you just kind of momentarily forget that none of these people speak your language, and you just go off for some time in common.
I mean, there doesn't seem to be too many of, I assume you're pointing because, I'm Dragonborn. I mean, it doesn't seem to be too many of me around here. I mean, like, that's the Messiah in general, but, like, at the very least around here. So, people often, like, oh, wow. But, there is Dragonborn in, in the palace, and she's called Icy Frost, and we're pen pals, and she can do good, and yes. And she's looking around like...
They're just nodding, they clearly have no idea what you're saying, but they look fairly
From the
pleased that you're
floor,
trying.
under a pile of people, Cass is like, Bluey! They don't know what you're saying!
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry about that. I forgot that, none of you could understand me.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you couldn't understand what I was saying. You can't understand. I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Mending. You want to say mending? Mending again.
I don't think I'm there. Actually, am I there or am I in?
You're not. You're outside. We'll get to you in just a moment. Well, interestingly, for a completely unrelated reason, one of the girls was about to pass you a book. At which point you're like, mending, of course. So you go and you start mending the book, and she looks perplexed, but she doesn't stop you. So, with that chaos occurring outside, Ulster and Neff, you're accompanied by Loran and by Petra. Ulster, are you there? Oh,
Sorry,
go
yeah.
on. No worries.
I have to readjust every time because I put my feet up on the bed.
So, you are escorted out by Loran and Petra, and Petra leads you a little ways away from the hall into the woods, to a very small clearing in the opposite direction of where you went before. And he just says, "We have well, we don't necessarily have a sacred space in one spot. Considering the nature of this place, we kind of move things around a bit when we need them. But this'll do, I think. Plenty of snow around. Would you prefer us to look away, or?"
It's up to you.
Well, good to have a cleric on hand. Looks over at you, Neff.
Neff nods vigorously.
Wonderful. And if,
At your service.
Okay, well, just she was in quite a shocked state when I last saw her. But just make sure she's okay when she comes back around.
Yes, I would imagine she would have been very shocked.
I was one of her first forays out, so it's not often that you get a second chance.
I'm going to just say that Ulster took the braid from Slya.
Yep.
He'll lay it in the snow and he will start.
Okay.
Do I have to
So,
roll?
So you'll roll me a d100.
Mhm.
Would you like to describe how this looks, or should I?
Oh, I mean, you guys have seen the way Ulster does it. I guess he covers it with the snow and he traces out the runes, and I think as the spell progresses, they light up in very soft silver. It seems to glow underneath the snow.
Wonderful. Okay.
Just roll. 15.
15. After a moment, you feel the snow beneath your fingertips begin to glow, and in a non-heat sense, non-elemental sense, almost warm, as that life is brought back to the creature. And the snow begins to melt away, having risen to a slightly less than full-sized humanoid figure. Far more dwarvish than you would have ever expected to see, which is saying something when you're amongst Haynam. As you see the snow melt away, where once there was only a braid is now the white blonde braided hair of a young woman, perhaps 17, no longer elven, instead dwarfish. And she just kind of like slowly blinks her eyes open, and you see that they are a warm chocolate brown, and she just kind of looks around. And immediately sits up and just starts looking around like, what is... and looks up then to see Petra, and then to Neff, and then to you, Ulster, leaning over her. And she just blinks.
It's okay.
You look like the prince, so I must still be dead.
I am the prince. Hello. What was your name?
Civ.
Civ. Nice to meet you, Civ. I'm Ulster. These are my friends, and you know who Petra is, so...
Petra, are you also dead? And he says, no, you're alive again.
Yeah, so you look a little bit different, but it had to be this way.
She immediately starts kind of like, uh-huh, and starts just shaking like uncontrollably, and Loran is like, this is why I came along. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Loran Gaemondahane, and this is my husband, the prince of yours. Just don't mind me, and starts just slowly warming her up. She's like, oh, this is actually quite remarkably pleasant. Neff, you can see that she is quite clearly in a state of shock, in the medical sense, and probably needs to be escorted inside and helped laid down. And
yeah, I was gonna say, as Loran is doing a little warm, as he's doing a little heat, could I medicine check while this is all going on?
Sure, roll me a medicine check.
Alrighty. 10.
10. Well, you know the basics for when someone is in shock. You want to lie them down, keep them warm and comfortable. Any obvious injuries, any hyperventilation, you would need to just slowly like calm her down and like walk her through her breathing. But the best solution you think right now would be getting her inside and out of the elements.
Okay, we should get you inside and out of this weather and get you some rest.
Okay.
Petra,
Okay.
to pick her up.
That's a good idea. Petra kind of just leans down and holds her, and she's quite clearly shaking, but with all of your guys' help, you can bring her inside, lay her down at the hearth. Neff, you can make a little bedroll for her.
I'll do that.
And once more you are met with relief and excited, like younglings, as I've been calling them. Younglings. Who look pleased, if a little shocked to see her. Especially those who were healed by you earlier, who obviously went out to fight this thing. They slowly congregate, including the two who met you earlier, Merton and Vela, who assist you if you need anything assisted with. Neff, as you make her comfortable. And with that, friends, you have managed to bring back not only the missing girl, but also the one who was unfortunately killed along the way. In the hearth of the Haynam lands, you can at last rest and perhaps make the most of this warm shelter for the night. And we will take a quick break here. If anybody needs a loo, wants to go get some tea, you may do these.
All of the above.
In roughly 10 minutes. Okay. See you then. Bye-bye.
Oh,
boom, we have audio, and boom, we have video again. Hello.
Wonderful.
Hello.
So everyone, we are back, and we are back
Hello.
also in. Oh, my heater is falling over. There we go.
No.
It's okay. I'm warm. So, we are back in the hall of the Haynam, and as things calm down and the mood lightens slightly, you feel yourselves at ease. For the first time in a little while. Maybe not fully, not forgetting or ignorant of all of the things that have brought you here. But at least for today, you know that you have done your best and sealed away a danger, and brought back a friend for the children here. And it seems that the atmosphere is warming up. There are plenty of children about, so drinking is not necessarily on the cards of the festivities, not in that sense. But you do know there is something you do have to do before you sleep tonight. As you kind of wind down, Loran sits. Oh God, George, you've become green. Oh, you're back again.
You're back now.
Am I back to normal?
You are indeed.
Normal?
Well, were you ever normal?
No.
The mirage just shifted a little bit.
Yes. The glamour fades.
My true self is revealed.
Indeed.
Pop
So,
up the glamour spell.
sorry, sleepy eyes. Ah, okay. So,
No.
sorry. I cannot help it.
So cute.
So,
I'm watching you. There's it, George. Go.
Right.
I'm not worried. George can't even reach her. Too small.
It's fine, I just aggressively compliment you both. It's not a problem. Lily, you look radiant today.
Why would you say this in front of me?
This is going to be problematic. Anyway, yes.
Yes. Everything is happy and fine. You guys realize there's something left that you have to do.
We need to drink the water.
Oh yeah.
Loran comes to gather you all after you've spent a little bit of time helping settle down Civ and kind of taking your place by the flames. And he begins to pour out for each of you a tiny thimbleful full of this ice cold water. The moment it touches the glass here, it does seem to frost over as if it's trying to freeze, but the fire around it is making it impossible to. And it's you, Ulster, in drink form. So, with that in mind, Loran passes around a thimble for each of you and says, I actually have no idea what this is supposed to do.
What if we die?
Then we
Perhaps there's
lived
some-
well.
Well, what I'm thinking is that we could probably ask Petra if this is something to do with the mythos of the Messiah, then maybe he knows.
That's true. Petra.
Petra, who is just like sitting at the sort of bedside of this recently resurrected Civ, looks over and just says, yes.
Hello, we got this water from the sacred waters around your place. What happens if we drink it?
He looks at you like, well, if it's seawater, you don't drink it, is the first.
No, it's from a special place, yes. Drinkable. Do you have any
Right.
legend to do with drinking special magic water?
Well, there is the legend of the missing knight, but
Yes, that sounds suitable. Please tell us.
well, you know how there is the long day and the long evening here
Yes,
in the Messiah. I mean, that's obvious to you. It was in one of the one of the dusk periods as the day transitioned into night, that it was that some apprentices of the Hainam tribe went out on a hunting mission and did not return. Many thought them dead, lost to the sea, though there was no crack in the ice. But that's just a little embellishment to the tale, surely. Though they likely fell, and it seemed that they were gone for good until the dawn of the next day, which was obviously months later, when they mysteriously appeared back on the shores, but without a single recall or recollection of where they had been. All they knew was that they had fallen into a pool and each thought themselves drowned after they inhaled the water, but when they opened their eyes, they were once again ashore.
Interesting. Any other legends to do with water?
Plenty. We live in the Shieldlands. This is a place where water and earth meet. It's
What about drinking it specifically?
drinking salt water makes you go insane.
I think we should just drink the water.
I agree. But bottoms up.
Good.
Glug
Hey
glug.
up. Glug glug.
Oh,
Glug glug is how
Bluey,
you say
feeling a
cheers
bit
here.
apprehensive about losing more memories.
Bluey, do you drink?
I mean, oh yes, but
Okay,
could she investigate this somehow by like giving it a sniff? Like,
sure.
Lick it. Is it sand?
fuck, I mean, maybe she could. Although, I don't know.
All that.
That's such a long
Yeah.
callback. Oh my god, when was that?
That was in the
That was when we
garden.
were at the party.
Oh my god, yes!
That was so long
You're
ago.
licking the flowers.
Sand.
Oh,
The salty flowers. I thought they were
Yeah.
sandy. Okay. No, I thought they were salty and they were sandy.
And they were sandy.
the Garden of Salt, named because it looks like the flowers are encrusted with salt.
That was before I got married.
That
Yeah.
was before you got
When we were
married.
negotiating
Yeah.
about the wedding.
Before Slyan got married?
That was
Yeah,
a long.
it was the last one.
Before anyone was married. Before Emma added to her harem.
Yeah.
But
yours now.
investigation.
Wait till she starts collecting us in real life.
No!
That is a terrifying thought.
Collection
No,
of one.
it's gonna end with one person, and then
So,
The collection has begun and ended.
yeah. Bluey,
yes.
your investigation check. What was that?
Is there something that could kill me and my friends? And is that something I could get with a whiff and perhaps a little taste of the tongue that doesn't get the whole thing, you know? Yeah. Well,
Yes, so make me an investigation check for me.
yeah, I got 17.
17, okay.
Yeah.
With a 17 and a little of the tongue, you pull back and you sort of think, it tastes incredibly fresh, almost minty, but it's got no aftertaste to it. You feel like your mouth is so cold, it's almost aflame. You know that feeling. And it doesn't seem like anything you've tasted before, and therefore it is impossible to say whether or not it will actually do anything to harm you. The only thing is, you do feel a little bit like, lighter after having a little taste. Like that.
Chug chug.
I shall.
Everyone is
Chug,
staring
chug,
at you
bitch.
now, Bluey, I'm pretty sure.
She will start to very slowly pour it in.
Bluey,
We
Bluey,
like lap it in.
Bluey, Loren starts chanting. Yes! Okay. Bluey, will you please make
Oh, boy.
for me a Constitution saving throw?
Okay.
You need to... Yes, please do this.
Did the guys give us alcohol?
I'm not saying.
What's that again? 18.
18. Okay. With an 18, you're like, oh, you feel sort of buzzed almost. Like you could potentially do anything. You could run around the room and on the walls. You could leap over the fireplace, no harm to yourself. You could pick up Petra and the rest of his children in one arm, maybe more. You're invigorated, Bluey, like you've never been before.
It's like ultra choice paralysis.
Yeah.
You are now a
Zoomies.
zoomer.
You've the zoomies beyond belief. Who else is drinking?
I'll go before Loran because we need to test this first.
Okay, so I believe
Yeah.
Slya just
Cassie,
managed to
Bluey,
get
and
out before you.
want some of that.
So Bluey, Slya, Ulster, Loran, Cass, in that order. You tip back. Slya first. Roll me a con save.
You're Rockle. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody to the stream. Hope you're doing well.
10.
Appreciate you guys.
Oh no.
Welcome to the D&D.
That's fine.
The D&D raid. Pog. How's stream, Rockle?
You kind of look around, and your eyes kind of just glow a slight grey blue for a moment, and then you realise that you don't really remember where you are. In fact, you don't really know these people at all.
Uh-oh.
You're alone, and you don't recognise the language being spoken by the majority of people either. The only thing that you do hold on to, though, it's not as horrifying as it sounds, is a feeling of familiarity. You're alone, somewhere you've never been before, in a place where you don't speak the language. And yet, this is fine. This is fine, yeah.
Totally
This
fine.
is exactly what you intended. So,
My goodness.
we'll get to that in a second. Ulster.
I rolled very well. 18 plus con. Dirty 20.
Oh, a 20. Okay. Okay, Ulster. You are buzzed, but you're also pretty certain that buzzed in the same way that Bluey is. But rather than necessarily being certain of your strength, you're certain of your intelligence, of your charisma.
So smart.
So smart. Of your charisma, and actually very certain of your lack of social skills, I'd say, in this instance. Loran's turn. Oh,
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
we'll get to Loran in a second.
Oh.
Cass, did you roll?
Okay. 8.
8. Okay. Precisely the same way as Slya. You have no clue what's happening here. But, again, this is probably fine. You don't know these people, but you're probably safe. Neff,
I am taking a big swig.
roll me a constitution saving throw.
Let's
Please.
do it. I'm ready to save my constitution.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's a 16.
16. Right. You are buzzed in the same way as Ulster and Bluey. However, you feel like you could heal the world and solve world hunger at the same time.
I will save everybody.
You have a savior complex brewing in your tummy right now as you digest this alcohol.
Who needs to be saved? I'm here to save the world.
Wonderful.
I don't know who you are, but I feel like you could save the world.
Neff puts her hand on Cass's forehead like a pastor. I will save you.
Do I need saving? Maybe. I don't
We
know
all
where
need
I am,
saving.
so maybe I do need saving.
I'll
Who are you?
cast a cure wounds at first level.
Loran kind of leans forward and just says, I was actually about to ask the exact same question. Where am I?
About to be healed! First level cure wounds.
That does nothing to me. I am perfectly fine.
Well, actually, I do feel a
and-
little bit better. Almost like I was missing 7 points of health, but now I have them back.
Who's to say? I have no idea what's going on. Shall we do a little round robin? Who should we introduce ourselves? My name is Loranda Hain. Nice to meet you all.
Also looks heartbroken.
Oh. I am strong cast of the zero.
I have a boat
Yeah.
somewhere. I'm pretty certain, but I don't know much else about myself.
To be honest, this kind of tracks for me waking up and not really knowing where I am. Are we in a tavern? Is this a new tavern that I found?
There's a lot of children around, so it could be a daycare.
Oh,
What
Mm,
about you
maybe I
two?
shouldn't have
Does
brought
you know
Alpha onto
about
data.
yourselves?
I have some vague
wait. What
slivers
is
of memory.
what is this? What is this big dragon woman saying? What?
I believe she is a dragonborn. I've seen a couple on my sails across the seas.
What?
You know what? If Cass has just woken up not knowing where she is and she thinks it's like a tavern, she would definitely start like wanting. I reckon I could take you, blue woman. I reckon
Oh,
I could
no.
beat you in a contest.
Funnily enough, Bluey, that does track with your current buzz that you are feeling. So if you guys want to have a quick fisticuffs,
Yeah,
would you guys?
friendly. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, so just roll me.
I've got
let's do-
this.
We're gonna do 3 rounds. Each of you roll me 3 strikes. Okay, so 3d20 rolls, and if you're proficient in unarmed strikes, you can add your hit. If you are not, then you're just giving me the straight up roll.
I don't
Plus your
think I
strength.
am. How do I know if I am?
Tavern brawler. If you have tavern brawler, then you probably are. If you
Oh,
have,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not proficient. Oh, I am
Yep, so
proficient.
just-
I am
Okay.
proficient.
Okay.
Oh no. Alright, okay.
Well, I'm gonna say my first one. I rolled a natural 1.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, you get just. Cass, how do you hit a Bluey this time? You just jump across
Um,
from the other side of the fire, fists raised.
yeah. And I'm aiming for the knees. So I'm like, she's tall, but I'm gonna knock her to the floor.
Sure. Bluey, roll me a dex save.
Okay. Okay. Those are my 2 things. Dex. 9.
9. Okay, you just kind of like pop onto your bottom. What did you roll, Bluey, for the second round? Sorry, second round.
23.
23. Cass, does that do a hit?
Yes, that does do a hit.
Okay, as Bluey falls to her knees, she just manages to whack on the way down. Cass, what did you roll for
Sorry,
the second
Cass.
one?
For the second one, I got a maths 16.
16. Does that hit, Bluey?
Did that hit?
It doesn't with the armor on, no.
Okay,
Okay.
Cass, you just kind of like bounce your fist off of her chest plate, like, oh, never mind. What did you get for your third one, Cass?
I got a 24. I did.
A 25. Does that hit you, Bluey? I think it
Yes,
do.
it does.
Okay, you just get like stars in your eyes as she bonks either side of your helmet. And your last hit, please.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Finishing
Finishing off-
on.
Unnatural 20. I'll say just finishing it off, you can kind of just get her stumbling on her feet, and the 2 of you are engaged in this brawl. I'll say for flavour, you guys can carry it on however you like, but as you're brawling, Ulster,
Heartbroken.
Loran looks over at you and just says, "Hello, that is me.
Do you not know who I am?
I want to."
Also, like, gathers himself. He holds up his hand. We're married. Married.
Oh, that was quick.
Do you not remember me?
He kind of leans back. I'm not an idiot, you know. So give me a moment. He just kind of looks around. We're bloody
I
cold.
love how he says that. Cass and Blue are just fighting.
Unlike these two, I am not an imbecile.
Season
Give
1
me-
Loran is back.
Give me just a brief moment, okay? Actually, we should have more dramatic music for as they potentially,
Kill each other.
yeah, kill each other.
Our second death in the party upcoming.
Of course. So,
Yeah,
Loran's back.
Also, my heart broke.
With the fire ahead of him, Allstair concerned and heartbroken beside him, and a dwarf and a dragonborn whacking each other beside him. It just says, "We're dressed for cold weather. Don't recognize this language, but it's not any of the other Arctic dialects, so we're in the Maasai?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good start.
It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
You are pale as ice and just as breathtaking, so I
Oh,
assume
gosh.
that would mean Ulster.
So how do you know that? Where are we putting this in the timeline?
It's like there are slithers of information
Yes.
that I can just kind of about grasp onto. There's a timeline? How long
Yes.
have we known each other?
Oh, a while.
Wonderful.
2 years almost.
So this makes a bit more sense now.
Yes. We also have a child together, who is yet to be born.
No, you're right. That doesn't shock me as much as I feel like it should have. Actually, it's quite nice.
Your ship. You're not really on your ship anymore. We left it back in a prayer
You're right. We did. Why did we do that?
because you don't really do merchanting anymore.
Okay.
You
And I
come
make
around
my
with us.
money from my
Shop.
adventurous exploits in my shop. Yes. Did I fire Timmins yet?
Yes.
It was a long time coming. I'm glad I did it. I don't remember.
Now a young traumatized prisoner of war looks after your shop.
Sounds about accurate.
Yes. We also
I'd do it
repaired the
again.
relationship with your parents. We went to the Feywild, and we met Titanium, and she was wonderful. And overthrew the Sealy Court. And your brother is now one of your best friends.
Again, I feel like I should be shocked, but all of these feelings feel right. So, what I'm... Do you love me?
Yes, very much.
Me too! I didn't know that until a second ago. I like this.
You mean
This
you
is
love
fun.
yourself or you love me?
Both.
Okay.
All of the above.
All of the above. Check,
Okay.
check, check. Okay. What is my name then?
The Loran Game Underhing.
I like that better. It rolls off the tongue.
Uh-huh.
Missed opportunity to rename Loran to something completely insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really did.
Also would never.
Don't know why I trust you.
The
but I do.
bobcat.
You trust me? Yes, you should trust me. And at the moment, I don't really know who else you can trust because they're all acting a little bit strange. She's always like that, though. I don't actually think this is out of the ordinary.
You're right, she is. I've no idea who she is, but I know that fact. Who
Yeah,
is
so
that?
proud
And he
of
points
him.
to Slya.
That's Slyan'ssun.
Hello. Hello! You are...
Leah has
something
been just she kind of faded back into the shadows a little bit and has just been listening to everything, trying to figure out what's going on.
Sure. So, for Cass, for Slya, this memory loss. At first it was you knew nothing. But as information is fed to you, you can discern truth and your own reality once more. So you do know these are your friends, you can trust that, even though you don't necessarily have the memories there. You do know this is the Maasai, and so on and so on. Does it make sense? So you can discern reality. You just don't know why. Like, you can't quite connect the dots. And Slya,
Also, oh, sorry.
and Slya, you know everything that Ulster is saying is true. You just don't know why.
Like, Ulster would probably like recognize a lot of like Slya's body language had like reverted to like back when he had first met her, like trial kind of.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Slya,
Really
you are perfectly safe. We just drank. Oh no, go away. Microsoft auto update.
Would you like to restart
Go
now?
away, Mike. Mike, an NPC in the background, just like shifts back and is like, okay.
Mike R. Soft again.
Ugh.
Just
Yes,
trying to live my
Slya, you're perfectly fine. We drank some water, and now some of you are acting strange, and the other part of you are acting as if you don't know where we are. But you are inside. That is Neff. She's always like that. Don't be concerned.
Neff falls over.
We have been adventuring together. Do you remember Therinia?
You do remember Therinia?
Yes.
Your wife.
You didn't know that.
She looks down at her hand.
Who is pregnant
And
with
just-
your child.
Blush. Blush.
Yes.
We were there, weren't we?
Not for the pregnancy part, for the marriage.
Yeah,
We were there for that.
Flurry and Cat stopped fighting, being like, "This is really weird." You were there?
We were
Well,
not there. I'm pretty
no.
sure. Come on.
It was a stab in the dark, okay? I'm trying to like help
We were
you.
right there in the room.
You were
We
all
were-
at our wedding, and we were at Slya's wedding, most of us. And also
Our
Neff,
wedding was amazing and took place on a magic carpet.
partially.
Did it actually?
We flew off after the vows. Your vows were very lovely.
Well,
Although you did say that I had a mop of hair and my clothes were bad.
well, not right
anymore.
now. Not right now.
I did the ceremony.
You did.
That's true. I know that's true.
Yes, we
This is
invited
feeling
Lila
better.
to the wedding as well. He's trying to figure out how far back Lawrence.
Isn't he a bit, terrible?
Lila.
Lila, I thought you said your father.
Oh, my father also did come to the wedding. We
Oh,
invited
but you say Lila?
Yes. She's lovely.
Am
She
I
told me
in
it's not all
trouble?
about you.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm in trouble.
No, I like Lila.
I'm not in trouble. That's new.
You're always in trouble. Back to Slya. Are you okay?
I feel weird. I don't understand what's going on.
Would you like to sleep?
I
This
think
music's
that
very
might be
dramatic. I'm gonna
best.
turn it down.
Sleep sounds good.
Okay.
Speaking for someone who has experienced waking up, not remembering anything, I can say with absolute faith, more alcohol is always the solution. Because then you forget that you don't forget.
Sure.
You forget that you forgot and you remember everything. It's the hack.
Cass,
Neff, as
Yeah,
you
it's-
kind of like rage, like I can save the world, you feel like in one of your hands that you've just subconsciously picked up that picture you were given earlier of Nevin and Cass. You can just see it right there in front of you, in this room full of young children and loose alcohol.
No. Allstead jumps up to try and grab the Nevin.
Cass,
I have magic
treats everyone
powers.
as, like, an
Can you get
obstacle
rid of the
course,
Nevin?
and Cass teleports to get the Nevin before it gets vanished.
Okay, I need you to roll me an initiative, please.
Me
With
too.
Ulster
Okay.
and Loran in the mix.
Oh no, that is so okay. I think it tracks because I was
16.
mid-fight with Bluey, so I was clearly very distracted. I rolled
So-
in that one.
Ulster, then Loran, and then Cass. So Ulster, what do you do first?
I would like to polymorph Cass.
Wonderful. Okay, what are you going for?
Into a hedgehog.
That's wondrous. That's a wonderful,
Oh my
wonderful.
God.
I just
image.
feel like a
My
hedgehog
hedgehog
suits
can have
Cass.
blue spikes.
Tall and spiky.
Sonic.
Yeah, it's a blue hedgehog.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Cass,
Okay.
you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Alrighty. I do have an alright wisdom, so let's see. That would be a 22.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Oh well. So, Cass, you feel this
That's
like
a
magic.
shame.
and
I'd
you
quite
just
like to have been a
shake it
head.
off. Aw.
Ooh, that's so weird.
You can choose to fail if you want to.
Do I want to choose to fail? I feel
You
like
might.
in the narrative, Cass wouldn't. I think it's me
Yeah.
wanting Cass to be a hedgehog. But I feel like
Understood.
I have to play it like Cass would, and Cass wants the Nevin more than she wants to be an adorable hedgehog.
Gotcha. So, with all that in mind, you reach up to go and grab the Nevin, but Loran gets there first, and you see a spectral hand just reach out and take the picture by the handle and just raise it up above you, a little out of reach, as the mage hand just drifts it slowly towards Loran. I did it.
Good job,
I got
Laura.
it. Yeah. What you going to
Can
do to that?
I'm going to. I actually have never cast this, so I'm going to do fast step, and it means that every move that I take, I can teleport somewhere else. So I teleport up to the Nevin,
Oh my
and
god.
then you just see Cass teleporting
Falls
randomly
down.
all over the place.
Okay.
Drinking the Nevin.
In the context of a one round of combat, you kind of teleport up, hold onto it, and you're about to fall down, and before you hit the ground, you just go and you appear somewhere else. I'm going to give you a single point of fall damage as you fall onto your bum, landing with this Nevin, and the Nevin mostly goes all over you, but there is a very small amount left in. If you really want to drink it, this is your chance.
Cass is going to, because the whole point of the alcohol was she was suggesting that Slya should drink to maybe help her. Cass will turn to Slya and be
Oh.
Don't
I
drink
think
it.
I'm already. I'm going to sleep.
Good idea.
Okay. You, blue lady, have some with me. You are a worthy opponent. I feel like we're both getting some good hits.
But first, you did well with punches. Neff, can I get a heal? Can I get a please?
Ah! You would be here! The power of Christ compels you. No, she'll cast a heal you.
The biblical god does not exist in my D&D realm, sir. But I think it's
The power of Shibukari compels you.
There you go.
And she'll give you a 3rd level cure wounds, which is actually quite a lot of.
Would the Crowley be alright with that? I hope he is.
Let's see. It's
You hope he
7
is.
plus
Okay, guys,
9.
in your hyperactive states, Ulster, the only one truly being able to kind of keep their head level.
22
I'm
points of
very
heal.
You notice that, other than you lot, the entire room has gone fully quiet and is just staring. And the little girls in the corner who were previously incredibly interested and curious about you have all taken out notebooks and are faithfully, you imagine, writing down every last minute of what is happening.
Ulster stands up.
You.
No writing about this. This is an unfortunate situation. I would appreciate it if you would all turn and face the wall.
Is that an order? Clay asked.
Yes, for the next 5 minutes. Then disregard what I said.
Oh.
Please.
Okay.
For the sake of my friend's
Dejectedly,
community.
looking around, and you just feel a hand slam down onto your shoulder, and you sink 5 feet into the ground. No, as Petra just looms over and just says, "I will make sure that none of this gets back to your parents, okay?"
Yes, please. They are already quite disappointed in them.
I understand. However, let the kids have their fun.
If you must observe, that is okay, but please do not write it down.
Yay! And Petra just swoops you
Castle
up under her
itself.
arms and swings you around all stairs.
Oh gosh. Also, almost
Cass looks up at
breaks.
Patron and is like, "Wow, you have a great beard."
I know. my husband, he cultivated it for me. I'm not. See, usually I'm not very prone to facial hair. It's quite sad. However, it is through only our deep connection and love that we were able to get such glorious beards.
It is very glorious.
Can you put
Thank
me
you.
down now?
Yeah, cast that. Like,
Also, you're just being held like Simba style up as Petra has this conversation. I will put you down now.
Thank you.
Loran appears ahead of you.
Duran,
I'm going to give you a hug.
this is okay. Please warm me up.
And he gives you a hug. This is good.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
If this is Loran pre-marriage, I am concerned about the motivations, but I will accept the hug. Thank you. He pats his shoulder.
I don't understand where those concerns are coming from because I don't understand what's really going on, but
Okay.
this is all fine.
you guys look really good together. I ship this. This is great.
Something about you saying that is
Pass on your-
triggering a fight or flight response in me. And I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. Enemies to friends.
Enemies to friends. That makes sense for us.
Mm-hmm.
Cass like touches her head where she's got like those scratches that she's always kept from Lorad. Is like,
He did that to you, yes. It was a while ago.
You carry the scars of my friendship.
Don't we all?
that must
You carry
mean
the scars of my
good
marriage.
friendship.
Yes.
Right, so Slia, you kind of lay your head down. You can unroll your bedding and set up. Where you lie, not long after, a gaggle of children lie on the ground next to you, setting up their own various furs. It seems that this is the way of things, where when one person lies down, the chain begins, as they all start huddling together for warmth.
Slya just looks over at like Ulster for like, because like I think that like ingrained she just instinctively trusts him, so she's just like
Friendly children. Yes.
They're
Nice.
only vaguely drooling.
Only vaguely. I'm sure they're not carrying anything.
You
Good
feel
Slya-
that.
For your
That
own
was
child,
the road
that
of
is
love,
the way.
no, like that reaction is more like when he says like carrying anything, she just looks at their hands like
It's too cold
knife!
for viruses to survive out here.
she wasn't even thinking about anything else, just like
A knife! No!
Yeah.
No, that child is far away.
just gets safe and warm and
For sure.
snuggles up.
Fear is leading by good example. Would everyone else like to go to bed?
Yes.
Sleep is essential for healing!
But
So, we haven't spoken to you two. You first, looking at Neff. What is your situation?
Healing
for you,
the world, the sick,
Healing.
everyone. It is my calling.
Uh-huh.
You 100% remember who you are, don't you, Neff?
Yes.
No.
I am just in a heightened, awakened state.
Oh, almost escaped then.
You're in the
Change.
you're in the avatar state.
I'm in the avatar state, but I remember completely all of my memories.
Mm-hmm.
That's surprising for you. Sorry, Loran makes that quip not knowing why he did. Bluey, that's your name. Blue
Yeah.
Dragon. Born.
yeah, it is.
How are you feeling?
I don't want to go to sleep yet.
Okay.
Me
I could go for a
neither.
brisk jog.
I want to show off my skills to people. I want to show off the.
No, Bluey, it is far past these children's bedtime, and they are all traumatized by the giant salamander that tried to eat them. I really think you shouldn't.
We should go fight
Wait.
it.
No, it's
That's a
gone
good
now.
idea.
Go fight it
No,
and
we
save
should not.
everyone.
It's gone now.
I don't think the salamander would appreciate how self-confident I am right now, to the point
Oh, yeah.
of narcissism.
Bluey, there is a trial of strength that us Messians do. We see how long we can run in the snow.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yep, go and do it. Bye bye.
You're not gonna. You know,
Just run around the hut so you don't get lost. Don't go into the forest. But how many laps of this hut you can do before you start getting very cold and you decide you want to sleep?
Okay.
Tell me in the morning.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Cass is gonna go outside and be like, "Woo! Blue Dragon Lady, you got this!" Woo!
Okay, so you guys, most of you settle down, with Loran, Ulster, settling down and pushing your bedrolls very, very close together.
So Ryan is like, yes, this is fine. This stranger, totally fine.
Well, this is Loran. He trusts you, so, and he loves you. Ooh woo.
Hey, woo.
Slya slightly suffocating under all of the children huddling against you for warmth like little baby penguin chicks. And Ulster comfortable in Loran's arms, even if he seems a little out of it. Neff, Cass, Bluey, you are free to run around, scream, fight, and claw at one another to your heart's content as you try to stave off or exert the energy of this water you drank. After a while, however, the effects naturally begin to fade, and even Petra settles down, letting the fire simmer to soft embers as the whole of the Haynam tribe here left at Cask. As the whole of the Haynam tribe here left at Cask begin to settle down. Do you also join them, or do you want to stay up longer?
I mean, Bluey's gonna slow down on her laps, just kind of like, why am I doing this? But
Why
she'll
are
just
you
keep
doing
going a little bit longer. It was like, I don't know, 20 or something? Alright, stay
For
longer.
Starting
You
to
get
feel
like one step in the door and just like suddenly crash, like, oh, and then just collapse to the ground.
Whoops.
Neff,
I think Neff passes out.
you go to shoot one more shot of magic in the air, and then you realise
Healing!
there is nothing left in you, and you're just like, oh, Cass. Though you weren't hyperactive, you are the last awake.
So do I like remember things now, or am I still a little bit confused, or is that all back?
Still a little bit confused, but you know enough if you wanted to do something autonomously, probably.
I think Cass would sort of, not really kind of knowing why, but she could tell that Slya, even if she didn't quite know who Slya was a bit stressed and unhappy about being woken, like not knowing what was going on. And although that is kind of like the norm for old Cass, she tried to help but failed. She kind of wants to go and like sleep near Slya, and sort of she's not sure why, but she wants to hold Slya's hand.
You manage to wedge yourself in between a pile of children to get up to Slya's side. They, not without them groaning and being like, no, at you. But with you, the hall turns to rest. And you can all take the benefit of a long rest for me.
Oh, good. Did these ice giants like prank us? Like what?
Yeah.
Well, when you wake up, each of you, in consequence, your memories returned. Except there is an odd feeling of the passage of time, where if you reflect on the day before, you remember leaving, encountering the salamander. You remember it leading you to the ocean side, to the ice,
We don't know the way back.
and you remember watching it drift below, and you have these brief glimpses, visions of ice, of something with two heads. A memory or an illusion, you do not know. But yes, Ulster, you are correct. Wherever you went the other day, you do not remember the way back. So, with that in mind, Loran wakes up and immediately turns to you and he just says, I'm sorry.
What's your name?
Loran, game on to Hain.
Yeah. Also, like, embraces him.
Okay, good. This is better.
Yes. Please no forget me.
No, never. Again. Never again. Because I did once, but never again from now.
Also, just like climbs inside Loran's like bedroll and just burrows down for a little bit of a sleep in.
You guys can all have a lie-in as you like. Cask wakes slowly. The children first, as it seems that they have chores, which they are used to by this point in their routine. They wake up and they unbarricade the windows. They go out and begin shoveling snow that might have drifted down from the trees or from the clouds above, clearing the paths and making sure that any exposed earth which needs to be used for foraging or planting winter roots is exposed. They are helped by some of the older children. Slya?
Like, I feel like Slya would wake up when the kids start, like, shuffling around and,
Sure.
like, give Cass, like, a quick, like, kind of, like, squeeze hug and then go and help the kids with their chores.
Sure. Would you tell me just a strength check as you kind of start assisting them with the snow shoveling?
Sure.
Yay!
Slya's not
I'm
built
not-
for this Hainam lifestyle.
No, she is not. I think seeing that, like, she is definitely not cut out for a little, she might struggle for a bit, she might channel divinity to gain a little bit of proficiency and strength for this.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, good thing I did that. That's a 12.
Oh, 12. Okay. With a 12, some of the children are better than you at this. But there's nothing wrong with that. You're doing your very best to show them, to help them in any way. Cass, you feel Slya shift and move out of the bedroll beside you. You can wake at your own pace.
I think I would wait and like make a cup of tea, and then I would go outside to find Slya and say, sorry that I wasn't more help and you didn't know what was going on. I think I defaulted back to alcohol solves everything. And while I still stand for that, I think if I'd known what was going on, I would have probably helped you in a better way than just offering alcohol. But here's a
That's
cup
fine.
of tea. I have not spiked it with alcohol. But you can have alcohol with it if you want, because I have many.
Take a shot every time
but
Cass says alcohol.
I'm sorry I'm sorry that you felt like that last night and that I wasn't much help.
It's okay. We weren't ourselves. Not as we are now.
Cass offers the tea and gives Lee a hug.
So we'll drink the tea, kind of like, and return the hug.
And then Cass will also try and help with the kids' chores, but will be like, me and Bluey did do a good fight though last night. That was fun. I enjoyed that part of it.
Sure. With your help, the kids do finish up earlier than they expect to. Inside the hall, Ulster and Loran, Neff and Bluey, you're allowed to sleep in as people begin to wake, knowing what you did for them. They aren't putting too much pressure on you to assist with the chores. You've already done them. As they say, is probably Loran stirs and is just like, do you need me to help you? Is this a thing? They just say, well, you've already gone and saved us from a huge salamander, so you can probably have a bit of a lie-in. It's probably Clea just as she passes by. But it's up to you. If you want to help with the morning chores, you may.
Well, Sarah's like buried beneath the covers of the bedroll. Like, you can't even see him. He's so happy to have
There's,
the
there's just like a flick of white hair. Bluey, Neff, are you
Sleeping in?
helping or are you going to sleep in? Sleep in for Neff? Okay.
Sleep in.
Sleep
For a
in
little bit.
Neff.
For a little bit.
A reasonable amount of time.
I think Bluey would feel a bit
Sure.
weird, so she'd wanna kind of get up and be a bit useful.
Okay, so you kind of stay a little bit, but then you wake up and you can start helping. You can start helping move out some of the some of the barrels, which had been stored inside whilst everything was going crazy outside. Moving things back to their proper places and reinforcing those structures you had seen earlier, Bluey, that had fallen when you'd first gone to help the children. All this occurs, and as it does, inside the hall, Allstare, you smell the beginnings of a winter soup being stirred on the hearth, and you are only roused to wake. You kind of turtle up out of the covers. You are only called to wake when it is time to serve, as you are asked to help divvy up the portion for all of those who would be eating this morning. After a time of work, you're called inside, everyone who's gone out to help, and offered a roll and a bowl of soup and a place by the fire, which you can use to sit in and plan for the day ahead. Petra comes and sits with you as you all begin to dig in and just says, "So, thank you for responding to our call and all that. We can send you back to the Maasai ice desert, the actual ice desert, whenever you need, but what is your plan? Would you like to stay longer? We always have a little need for extra hands in the winter."
He looks at Neff, looks at Cass, looks at everyone, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
We unfortunately have very pressing issues to deal with, but we will make a return as soon as possible.
You don't need to make promises, I understand. You're a monarch, and you all are insane, so it makes sense that you would need to go off and do your adventures.
If you need help, though, I'm sure that there are people in the palace who wouldn't mind coming. We have a lot of guards who just sit around and spread rumours, and I'm sure they would enjoy some travelling.
Send one over it.
Kicking out some of them.
He's like, whoever started the rumour of the three Bryans, I will find you.
Alfred Wiggleshift sweats.
Brian started the rumor of the three Bryans, right?
Brian is started the rumor of the three Bryans.
No,
we don't have to
he
think
didn't
about that.
start the rumour of three Bryans.
Start the rumor. He was the rumor.
Whoever perceived him in that state started the rumour. Their fault.
It was the band. It was the band. Obviously the band.
Yeah.
They were all of our events.
Also starts stomping his little feet.
Lauren's like, your feet are so small.
They are royal.
They're royal feet.
Oh, of course. Pardon me.
You bow before Brian's royal feet.
Exactly.
He takes your nose. Oh,
That's
My
my
royal nose. No.
it's very cold. Let me put it back for you, make it warm.
Thank you.
He puts it back and just you feel a flash of warmth. Everyone else is slightly red at the tip.
He puts it back. Yeah. Take that nose off.
He's a wizard. Anything is possible. So, Petra says, well, if you need the circle, just let me know. Fela and Merton kind of hang out in there and sort everything out with that. So,
Okay. Yes, thank you. We'll plan our next move and then let you know when we need to leave.
thank you. And he goes back and starts just devouring soup. It's quite nice. A little bit gamey, a little bit earthy, but like in a good way.
Everyone,
Before we do anything else, and I forget, Cass turns to Loran and is like,
Hello,
"Babby."
baby.
babe. Yes. And Loran stands up and just starts going over to the wall and casting his mansion. Once it is ready, it clicks open, and Loran just prances inside and just is like, yes,
Also zooms after him.
zoom.
The
And you guys
entire
can just
Haynam
nestle.
you.
Oh, Ulster.
Huh?
Cass. Friends. Patriot.
I didn't hear what Sia said.
The entire Haynam tribe used.
That was not a character. That was just me.
No,
in the-
Allstairs shuts the door after them. They do not know.
Friends, countrymen, we here's the thing. Well, one knows about the baby. Do we want to tell people? Or keep it a secret?
I don't know if there needs to be an announcement through my parents, through the official channels, that there is now a baby. The only problem is it might upset some of the other clans, and we probably shouldn't announce it whilst we're out in the open, especially when there are some people who probably want to kill me and end the line.
Understood. Pretty sure we'd be safe amongst the Haynam.
Yes, but there are always people watching.
Gotcha. Okay, we will keep safe. Quiet.
I can ask my father when we get back what would be the correct time and place to announce it.
If you're comfy. Let's do it.
Just want to do it right.
Thank you for doing this, by the way, Cass, and just looks at you as you're kind of just like on the floor.
This is my godchild. I will protect them with every fibre of my being.
Yes.
Understood.
They are going to be a son, we were told.
Oh my god! Can I have that?
Oh, can I have the lyrics to the national anthem?
Oh, yes. Allstair pulls out a piece of paper and starts writing them down.
Okay.
Gives them to Loran.
Okay.
You may ponder these.
I'll have a think. How about shed?
Unfortunately, I think there is already a shed in the line.
It's true.
My mother's uncle, I believe.
I see. Of course. I recognise that name from the family tree. Never Shine.
Never Shine. It doesn't quite have the...
Or Ever Shine. Cass says from the floor.
It's not quite in the lyrics though. We gotta.
Yeah, it's got to be you know. I even named Shu after this, but I kind of manipulated it a little bit so it wouldn't be offensive culturally.
What about the Get the?
It's quite aggressive.
What about Get the Show On?
Get the show on. I like the show. Show.
The show? The show.
Show. I like show on.
I like that too. Easy! Ha! We're great at this!
Show on. Okay.
On the floor, Cass is just crying like...
Show on. Show on. Show on.
I like it.
Leander gave on to him.
Perfect.
There we go. We named our child, everyone.
Loran gives you a squeeze and he's like, you added my dad's name. That's great. I like that. I like it.
Yeah.
Yes. Good. Okay, I'm going to hang off of you now. And he just collapses.
It's okay, Darren.
Outside, as you all finish your soup and you feel the rumbles of magic coming off the door, you see Neff, Bluey, Slayer, you see many a child going up to this magic door and just slowly, like, daring each other to, like, touch the handle.
It's a very important door. Please don't touch it.
They can tell you're saying no, but they can't tell what you're saying, so they're just like...
Can I translate in that case? Because I have maybe enough skill to be able to say,
Neff,
don't touch door,
roll
dangerous.
intelligence check.
Alright.
Okay, roll
Also
intelligence check.
Now, since I have a little bit of massage.
I think you probably have the same amount as Neff, so I'm gonna say it's just a straight roll. Neff.
That is not gonna be good. That is a 6 on the intelligence.
6.
Don't door touch danger.
Dun
Door
dun dun dun.
Door touch. Door touch. Door
touch.
Slayer, I will say you are able to just about see what's about to happen. Do you want to say something in massage to try and counteract this?
Yes. No. Because I feel like no would be a pretty...
No, it's probably easy.
Yeah, like one of the first things. Like, no.
I can tell
Please.
you what no is. Hold on. Let me refer to my notes.
One of yes is Vey, right?
That means... Wait, yeah. Yes is Vey. I'm gonna tell you what no is.
And no is Damedayo!
No!
Sorry, I will just get it up. No, actually, Vey is no. Yal is yes.
Y'all.
They.
Y'all.
place.
Make a
There's,
persuasion
like,
check, please.
2 different versions of please.
These
but I
are
can't-
like, it's, imagine trying to tell a gaggle of 8-year-olds
Yeah.
not to play with the box. Go on.
Okay.
Watch it.
That is a. Oh, that's 16. Sorry.
16?
It'd be they Polyaska. No, please.
Okay. They kind of just like slowly drop their hands. But they give you the stink eye. They do not like you anymore. Sorry, Slya. You've lost their favor.
Slya will just kind of make some like
dear.
dancing lights around them in different colors.
Ah! They just start screaming. Ah! That's what children. That genuinely is what
fickle.
children do.
So
Yeah.
fickle.
Fact. Okay, after a moment, Ulster, Cass, you come out to see a bunch of children at the door just kind of like staring up at the ceiling like, wah! As these lights just like flash past them. You can
want to know?
rejoin the group.
That was a good idea.
Also, I was going to say in common to the group, we've named our child.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
So how would you like to tell them?
Yes, it's Showan, Leander, Gaemon Dehane.
that's a nice name.
Thank
For
you.
too many syllables, do you think? I've
No.
heard 5 is around about the right amount to aim for, but
I think it's
My
a
name
very,
is also Valaris Gaemon Dehane. So
it's a very regal amount.
wonderful.
It's great. I was there for the coming up with the name, and I support this 100%.
God, can you believe we were almost going to call it Nevershine?
No.
No. I'm glad we had this conversation. Everyone, shall we sit down and have think about the day ahead?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are our
So,
plans?
we should probably leave this place and go to a new country.
Yes, but which one?
Do we not need to sort the contract thing out?
Yes, we don't want Karul to come
Fair.
back.
Hmm.
Is that the most pressing? Because I know on our list of pressing things, everything seems to be of like the highest priority. Was that the highest priority one that we established, or?
Emma, can I roll an intelligence check to see just how I don't really know how to phrase this. Like in lore, how quickly would a demon be able to get access to the souls? Like
Yes, sure. Roll me
Can I do this as well?
intelligence. Yeah, both of you can roll me intelligence.
okay. It's gonna be average, I think. 15.
15 and
That is dirty 20.
dirty 20. So, hang on. Give me a moment. I just want to check.
Because if we're on a ticking timer to destroy Karul's contract, what if we don't destroy the contract and then in the next few sessions, Karul's like, "Hey, thought you got rid of me."
It's me, bitch.
Maybe.
That you weren't
It's
expecting.
Brittany, bitch.
I lived.
I
Brittany, bitch. Down.
Okay. Just checking one thing.
Wonder who he
Okay,
thought.
so you know that usually, the souls of the dead would pass through another realm before entering what would be known as the astral plane, where souls lay to rest. In the case of souls which are claimed by demons, there are kind of two options. They can be harvested straight away. Alternatively, it is possible, you believe, that a soul could be taken from the Shadowfell on its way to the astral plane. So it's either or. because you didn't roll quite high enough to know for certain. But
I got a dirty 20.
I'm talking to Ulster first. So Ulster,
Oh.
then Cat. You don't know for certain which way would be the way that Ulster? No. Sorry, now hang on, my brain is scrambled.
Sorry,
You
it's
don't
my
know
fault.
for certain you don't know for certain what route or method Coral's soul would have been delivered after death. Death in general is quite hard to understand.
Express delivery or standard delivery? What did Alan
Exactly.
go for?
Cass,
Next day.
I think knowing that you had a contract with Alan, it is most likely that Coral's soul would be already in Alan's realm. However, there are plenty of things which prevent a soul coming back to life once they are under the employ of a demon. Usually they aren't you've seen the souls that Alan has attached to him. They are enslaved to him. They aren't given autonomy in any way. If the chain of that soul, the chain was broken, the contract was destroyed, for example, then that soul would just drift off and no longer be able to be called back by Alan. No longer be able to be utilized by power. So,
didn't we? I just want to clarify that when Slia did divine intervention, didn't we bind the soul to his body?
Yeah.
Does that not last post death?
No. So, at the moment, the soul still has a claim from Alan. Now, you're just going off of your death is weird. So you would just be going off of your knowledge of what was going to happen to your soul after death.
Yeah.
And applying that to a Coral situation. Coral's situation is messy. First of all, it's been trapped by Slya's deities. There is a contract which binds soul to Alan as well, so there's multiple claims on it. It's not going through any of the usual tracks, so it's probably not going to be going through the interim places that regular souls would go through before they reach their final resting place. So, in your mind, I would assume the sort of understanding would be, I know how I'm going to end up. Coral could be ending up like that, but it's weird.
Yeah. Okay, I think Cass would relay that, but also said, I don't carry a lot of favor with Alan, obviously, right now. So, what would happen to my soul? Coral, although by the end, Alan had kind of been like, yeah, whatever, I'm not going to save
I wonder why.
you. Coral still had more favor than I did. So, Alan could just be using his soul and imprisonment and stuff, or Coral could be given some power through his contract with Alan. I think destroying the contract should be our top priority. Once that is severed, what exactly happens with Coral's soul and everything, I'm not sure. But I do think we need to break any contract between him and Alan.
So, once we get the contract from the vaults, our next step is Feyways.
I suppose, but I guess Osha, and we can't get to Osha until we feel we can get to Elijah. And I don't know if we're ready to face Elijah right now.
Loran says, from my understanding, the most dangerous aspect of the whole contract scenario right now is the fact that we don't have it. If we have our hands on it, we know that nobody else can get to it. We know that it can't be sequestered away from us. I doubt that Alan could just like that go and remove the protection of a deity. Looking at Slya, you beseeched your deity to bind Loran. I'm Loran, to bind Coral's soul to his body. So Alan might still fight for it yet, but perhaps we have more time than we think.
So you're saying wait to get the contract?
I think we have options. We could go and get the contract, but not necessarily destroy it right away.
And go for Osha after we get back.
And then segue back to Melas.
And then head over to Feyways.
And then maybe do a king's trial in between.
And then we should probably be done. That's it, isn't it?
Then we just need to raise the kids.
Oh, that,
Yeah.
oh god.
Can I make one request? I don't know if this changes the timeline and makes things. Then of course it can wait. If we get the contracts, even if we don't necessarily destroy Corel straight away, is there a way that mine could be taken out?
That's why we need to go to Feyways. Cassiel should be able to destroy them.
If she is what we think she is, then she'll be able to. Like that. You just...
Could Sorelleras not also destroy them?
I think they said they weren't able.
I can't remember. This is Georgia now asking. I actually can't remember. If they
You do recall that the dragon had to be, well, in mechanics terms, of a good alignment. Uncorrupted. Sorelleras, unfortunately, in his path to living this long and getting this far and where he is, has not been able to stay in that realm.
Okay. Cass isn't necessarily sad about that fact because she was also getting a little bit like anxious about Sorelleras' interest in creating a new contract. So she's like, okay, that's chill.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get the contracts and then decide from there.
Okay.
Then we need to get back to Sorelleras.
He has the next plan of action, I guess, waiting for. Do we want to call back Sarah?
I do miss Sarza.
Sarah is working towards our other next steps. So drawing him away so soon would be.
That's true.
I think it would be best if we did this one alone, just.
Okay.
I trust him, and there's more that can be done. But not in the hells.
I don't like what Corel was saying about the longer he didn't respond, the more people would die. I don't know if it was an empty threat or not.
Ulster, I don't think it was. But what is death to us, really? Neff, I mean, you're here.
I'm here.
You don't know what I saw when I used the mirror, what I assume Taravine did to our souls. There are worse fates than the body dying.
If you think we need... I'm sure he would come back.
Say again.
Oh, if you think that we need him, I'm sure he would come back. Is it was a little bit fragmented as she spoke it anyway.
I think he just needs to be aware and protected if possible. He has no magic after all.
Don't mention that last
Also,
part.
can I ask, with our contract with Taravine,
Yes.
have we completed that now that we've killed Cruel?
Nope.
We have to kill Sai.
What was the another? Oh yes.
And interestingly, you get the impression that the last place you encountered Sai was actually in the Shadowfell. So that's all fun, isn't it? Little someone, perhaps waiting to see if there are any souls to ferry off.
Mhm.
We could go after Sai first. If we want to put a little bit of space between ourselves and that contract.
Now that we've been to the Shadowfell, I can get back there.
Sorry, you want to go to the Shadowfell before we go for the contract?
Just responding to the comment.
I think we should get the contract first. I'm not saying we shouldn't go to the Shadowfell. I just think we'll be in a much stronger position if we have the contract on our persons.
Alright.
But wouldn't Cruel's soul pass through the Shadowfell regardless of whether we destroyed the contract? And then Sai could get it?
But then once we have the contract, we can then sever the connection. If
Can
we
I
go
roll-
before.
Even when the contract would be destroyed, his soul needs to go somewhere. We're not destroying his soul, we're just stopping Alan from having it. It would still go through the Shadowfell.
Yeah, so regardless of if we go to the Shadowfell and stop Sai first, Cruel could still end up his soul could still end up in the possession of Alan. But if we get the contract first, then we can, even if Sai is there and gets Cruel's soul, we'll be able to sever that connection, regardless of who's got Cruel's soul.
Getting the contract and destroying the contract, I think we should keep separate. When we get the
Yeah,
contract, it
but
does not mean his
once-
soul. Loran
But
would
once
be
we have the
directing towards
contract,
Wolf.
right.
It's like, so this assuage your fear about him immediately passing through the Shadowfell right after we get the contract.
Okay. Then we've got the contract, and before we destroy it, we'll need to destroy Sai.
I'm gonna make you a little timeline. Contract.
I was gonna say, can I roll something to determine whether or not, like,
Mhm.
his soul would naturally pass into the Shadowfell, or like,
Sure.
like it's locked in his body for the foreseeable future unless something were to happen to the body?
Sure. Go for it.
Intelligence, religion.
Religion.
Okay.
Could just give it to Titania and get her to turn it to mulch.
That is
Okay.
still a great idea, actually. That is a great idea.
14.
14. Okay. So, in that regard, Slya, I think you would know that from the phrasing that you gave, for right now,
Okay.
Coral's bowl? Coral's
But-
soul
His
is is bound to his mortal body. Now, if Alan has a claim over that soul, ownership of it, then it's easier for him to get to it. For example, okay, it makes him, if the soul was to be freed from the body for whatever reason, then it would be his to take. At which point it would probably go through the Shadowfell. At which point it would probably be harvested or taken. Now, with that in mind, you believe to a reasonable degree of certainty that if you were to destroy the contract, so long as Karul was never brought back in any way, so long as his body, his true body, just mulched out, maybe Titania could help with that. His soul would be just promised to oblivion.
Okay.
So, nothing of an afterlife like what you guys know to be true in this world. So, you get the impression that if you get the contract, then deal with Sai, then that's okay. If you get Sai and then deal with the contract, it's also okay. It's more about what you guys are comfortable with and what you want to do and what your priorities are. What you feel ready for. Because those are two very different undertakings.
As far as I'm aware, unless somebody collects the soul from the body, he won't pass on to the Shadowfell.
We could get Titania to mulch it first.
I love this plan.
I think that I'm yes.
Cass wants
Okay.
to meet Titania as well. So if we mulch the body and then we go, well, what do you guys think we're ready for?
We have just come from a battle with Sai, and whilst we did succeed, it wasn't necessarily the easiest of battles.
I didn't get hurt. Not even a little scratch.
Yes, he was quite focused on me.
Yeah, so we just put you behind us and then it should be fine.
Or keep me as the attraction for the wrath, and then you guys will be alright.
Okay, so shall we dispose of Sai first?
Why not?
I mean,
What if
You're
we
the one
split
who's
the
not-
party?
No.
no.
What if we split the party? Bluey, talk to me more about that plan.
Duran,
Well,
don't
then-
encourage.
We could be doing two things at once.
And dying just as quickly.
Yes. Ulster, you saw
Bluey,
in
I
your-
value your opinion and input.
the-
Just not
And
as
Neff, you said something good too.
What did I say that
Wow,
was good?
I don't remember, but it was good. Yeah, I'm generous.
I think I just said why not. That's the only thing I've said this entire conversation.
Ah, wise words. Wise words. What do you feel, Neff?
I think we can take on Sai. It's like Brian said, I don't think many of us got that injured outside of Cass being targeted. So if we really do need to take somebody
Yes.
that powerful, and I think we can do it.
As long as we have some banishments prepared, because he does summon nasty things.
I have banishment.
Yes, good.
But if this were on sort of an open field, that'd be even better. Or like somewhere where we wouldn't have to be quiet. That'd be great. Then I could really like get into something, you know.
Well, if we get to the Shadowfell, I can scry on him, and we can figure out where he is.
Okay.
an ambush.
But first, we need to mulch Karul's body, which means we need to go back to the Ice Palace and get permission from my father to take the body to Titania and have her turn it to mulch.
So, I will just jump in here and talk to you about Titania. She doesn't like visitors all that much. Usually it would take a very, very, very specific circumstance, and convincing from my mother, so you might just need a little bit of time to get that happening.
I thought she liked us.
That is true.
I will let her put her big hands on my face again.
Lauren pulls you aside. Also, do we need to have a conversation?
No, not more.
One more?
We're fine.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh. You have big hands
prefer-
too.
But what if I'm not a 9 foot tall lady?
No, you're not. You could become
you-
one.
Do you want me to become a 9-foot tall lady?
Maybe one day.
Right, not right now.
Not right now.
I could become a 7-foot tall lady and probably still fit in this room.
I don't think I would have a reaction that would be appropriate for the public. We need to go back and discuss things with the group now.
Okay, right, okay. I'm just worried, you know.
No, it's fine. You don't need to worry.
Okay, we can discuss this at a later date.
Yes, agreed. They turn back.
Hello. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
What are you looking at it like that? Why are you looking at us like that? No.
Mm-hmm.
So I will call my mother and tell her we need to see the big lady again.
Yeah. Yes, please.
And Cass, you need to meet her for the first time. Oh,
As,
You-
George.
we can't hear you, George.
Oh, I think we
Oh.
can. Yeah, no,
Oh,
I
you're
can.
there now. You're there now.
Yes or no? Yeah?
Yes,
Yes,
now
Yes,
we
now.
can.
Yes, now.
Okay. I don't know what that was about.
Mhm.
Eldritch Horror just came and interrupted it for some reason. I suppose the one good thing about maybe dealing with Sai first is if we go and get the contract and then fight him, if he manages to get his hand on the contract, that would be bad.
Unfortunately. Also,
Yeah,
someone
Cass
didn't
It's
Thriller
still
say we would die, maybe getting the contract. So yes.
Yeah, Cass is definitely still conflicted about Sai, and that's probably quite apparent. She's obviously not happy with him, especially after their last encounter, but it's still like,
Cass.
she's like, deal with. Yes, that's fine.
Hey, Cass, look. We made a deal. That can't change, as far as I know. But I don't know what the others think. If we are planning an ambush, and Sai doesn't come at you shooting right away, we could give you a head start. If there's time you need before we kill him to understand, we can try and give you that for as long as possible, but
You mean diplomacy?
No, it sounds like more like final words rather than diplomacy.
Goodbye.
Yes.
I think he might have gone too far one way. Though
Unfortunately, he has sort of made his flame-ridden bed.
Don't worry, Cass. Killing your mentor is all part of the process.
Yes.
killing your mentor or your
Does seem
tormentor?
like a-
Because I also can relate to one of those.
Yeah, seems like a theme.
Cass. I'm not always one to condemn, but I don't think anybody but you can decide whether or not there's something in him worth saving.
Until I could speak with him, I wouldn't know either. And that's if he will even give me a chance to speak with him, or if he'll try and raise a demon to rip me to shreds.
You can try.
He might
Because I
be
will
listening
be
right now.
If you guys could let me try, I would really appreciate it. But I understand that we have made a deal, and I understand Cass looks.
Should we vote?
Sorry, there was like some weird sound. Sorry.
That's okay.
Cass looks to Brian and is like, I understand why you personally want to see Sai dead.
Yes, he did behead my family members.
Yeah.
Let's vote on this. Okay?
Okay.
So who wants to kill Sai?
Me.
Lauren also raises.
What are the other options?
I
Talking.
don't know if I don't think it's necessarily a vote. What Cass is asking is to just let her speak to him before the
Before we kill him.
axe metaphorically swings, and see what has happened and why he has gone so much further into it than when he was Cass's mentor, and if there is anything worth, or even just to understand why. It's not, Cass is not necessarily saying this, we won't kill. It's more that she's just wants to understand why, and
Gotcha.
and if there is anything worth saving. But if there is, that's a whole separate issue, and Cass isn't sure that if there is anyway.
Okay. Loran says, well, I don't think we can make this decision for you. You know where our hearts lie. What we need to do. If, for whatever reason, something drastically changes in your eyes, perhaps a code word or something, so that we can rethink our approach. But nothing more than that. I don't know how we could not kill him.
I understand. And my opinion on Sai has changed a bit since our last encounter, but I would like to be given the chance to speak to him.
Okay. If everybody else wants that.
Yes, I might need to be locketed if we get close enough to Sai and Cass has not done a speaking to him.
I can certainly do this for you.
I know you can.
Yeah. Well.
Mhm.
See your thumbs up.
Oh, and Loran also taps Loran's chest where the Painite is. We need to swap that today.
Yes, he'll just hand it to you.
Thank you. Shall we go back to the Ice Palace?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Loran, would you like to message your mother on the way?
Sure thing. You guys look up from your huddle and are all around, and you see Petra Hainam sitting beside you exactly where he was, eating his soup and staring at you all. With a look of do I want to know?
No.
In fact, I think he says,
No.
no?
No.
I think I do want you to go, though. Just because that sounds very dangerous, and there are lots of children here.
Understood.
Okay.
It was nice seeing you all.
It was lovely to have you, and thank you again for everything you did. And I
Yeah.
hope that everything there sorts itself out.
Oh, it might not. The world might end, but let's hope not.
I guess we'll keep growing crops until it does.
Yes, please do. Look forward to the King's Trials.
It was great.
Goodbye.
It was
Okay.
great seeing you again. I look forward to a next round of that drinking
Please
game.
do. Hopefully Sander will be here to see it next time. Blue Sparks!
Maybe looking like it doesn't concern the whole group, sort of wanting to just briefly take him aside quietly. She's looking very sheepish.
To who?
To Petra.
What is it? What is it? What do you want?
I just wanted to say sorry for last night. Look, I don't really know what that was, but I recognise that I probably kept some people up and stopped people sleeping, and it probably wasn't that helpful. It was very loud. So if I'm back here, I won't do that again.
First of all, you're fine. All three of you who were a bit on the wilder side last night were. Usually we don't allow drinking in front of the children, but you weren't too chaotic, so it's alright. And besides, down here, we kind of developed our own slightly softer culture than those who are of the coastal regions or the ice desert itself. So you can rest easy with us. We're not like the rest. That's not to say the rest are bad. We're just very different.
Thank you for having me and all of us.
Would you like a hug, Bluey? I'm going to give you one.
Yes.
And he pulls you into a hug and just gives you a firm clap on the back and releases you. Safe journeys home.
Thank you. You don't have to journey home because you're here, but
I don't know.
good crops.
I'll walk you guys to the to the circle.
Thank you.
With Petra escorting you out of the hall, there is but one small voice to pause you as you begin to leave. Excuse me! And you turn around to see, you see Clea, followed sheepishly by Civ. And looking at them next to each other, they seem to be thick as thieves as they hold their texts and their notes in one big stack. Ulster, they kind of like approach you and holding their newly mended copy of The Heart of a Dying Star, they just kind of slowly pass it over. We don't need this one.
You don't need this one.
Oh, this is the one which is uncensored.
Ulster looks at it and then he looks back at them.
You can see that.
What? Yeah.
You can see that that the bad words have been blotted out occasionally. Not always.
Just
An attempt was made. An attempt was made.
If you don't tell anyone else and you don't give it to anyone under the age of 16, I will allow you to keep this. And he hands it back over. Don't tell anybody.
What?
Okay. He pats them both on the head.
Claire just like holds your hand.
Okay. Ulster allows it.
Yee. And then she lets go. They wave you off. The gaggle of penguin chick kiddos also kind of peek their heads out and just wave in union. And Petra escorts you back to the teleportation circle, where the two slightly older teenagers, Fela and Merton, wait. They seem to be the combined strength which powers this teleportation circle. With Loran's assistance, the runes light up. And do you have any last words you want to say before you leave?
Thank you, patron, for your hospitality.
Get well soon.
No worries. Goodbye. I will. Thank you. And you guys fly
Bye.
off and slam down again, returning back to the heart of the Maasai Ice Desert, the Ice Palace. So, as you return, you're greeted by the relative quiet and sudden harsh blue of the Ice Palace itself. And you see that Saloon, the attendant, barely bats an eyelid as you arrive. And she smiles and says, "Welcome back," and ushers you through the doorway. The Ice Palace is much as you left it, only there is no Saraza here, as far as you can see. There are only guards occasionally dotted across the halls, and the moment they see you, one of them breaks away from their post and begins heading towards your father's quarters, no doubt to tell him that you have returned.
I think Ulster leans over to one of the guards and says, "Where is Mr. Wiggleshift?"
Mr. Wiggle, I believe that he's guarding your royal bedchambers today.
Of course. Would you mind fetching him for me? We have a new
Nods and
position available.
nods and starts walking up, and Loran says, "What are you doing?"
Oh, I believe that I have deducted the person who made the rumour of the three Bryans even more salacious and then spread it around the entire palace so that it will forever become part of our history.
Brian, just one note. If you send Mr. Wiggleshift to the group with the children that are sort of
Yes.
following our path, and the two decide to sort of share notes and cement rumours further into the story, you might just be creating more.
Oh, I
Just a
highly
thought.
doubt Mr. Wiggleshift will be so inappropriate with small children.
All stare.
Yes.
Is it really a rumor if it did happen?
Oh, it did happen, but he interpreted things far more than was necessary. Also, I think that he would enjoy having some time out of the palace. He does always look quite uptight.
Loran starts massaging your shoulders like, okay. So, a moment later, the guard you sent off returns with a red-eared, slender guard, wearing his uniform pristinely, carefully, not a toe or hair out of place. And he bows and he says, "I have returned! Hello. Your
Hello.
Majesty."
Yes. We have just returned from the Hainan tribe. We have a new position available for you. Very prestigious.
I wasn't aware I had applied for a change of position.
Oh, no, you didn't need to apply. I appointed you personally. They are in need of one of our royal guards to help defend their area and rebuild certain parts of their settlement.
Is this a permanent fixture?
No.
Because I have family here.
Oh, you
No.
can take them with you if you would like. It will just be until they return from the migration, and then you may come back here.
No.
Is there a problem?
If I say yes?
You may voice your concerns.
Give me a
Cass
moment.
is like popcorn, just watching like, oh, this is Mr. Wiggles just shutting up thin ice, literally. Nom 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 nom.
Well, as you know, those guards that are chosen to remain in the Ice Palace are those who have served quite loyally and without concern.
Oh, this
If
is
I've
not a demotion or punishment in any way. I do genuinely believe that they need to be guarded out there. They are currently in dire straits. So it's actually quite an honour. The palace is not currently in need of much defence. Especially not my bedchambers.
Will I? Okay, I will boldly go. I will find someone else to taste your food for this evening.
That won't be necessary. I'm actually immune to poisons.
So why were we tasting your food all these years?
I have no idea who delegated that task to you. They were probably making up things so you would feel more useful, and now I am giving you an actual task. So you should be happy. He thumps him on the shoulder. Would you like to bring your family? It's quite comfortable there. Very cozy lodgings. Perhaps not as, he looks around. It won't be quite the same as the palace, but you will have some rustic aesthetic to get used to.
My family is employed here.
Yes, how many of them?
My sister works in the kitchens.
Yes, if you would like to, I could make inquiries about her joining you, but Shouldn't have to. You only be gone for a couple of months.
Can I go and say goodbye?
Of course.
I suppose I'll
It really
go.
is a tragedy. Just think of it as an extended leave with your fellow countrymen.
He
Bringing
nods
you
and
wealth
bows and
of new experiences.
is there perhaps a library over there, or is it just trees?
Oh, they have a few books.
That's all right.
Yes.
Okay.
You may take a selection of reading if you would like. I will give you a shiny new badge upon your return.
I'm going to go and
Goodbye.
conform. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this gracious honor. And starts walking
You're welcome.
away. Loran just looks at you. It's like, you did turn yourself into 3 people, and then whisper something into your ear.
Also just steps on Loran's foot. Let's go find my father.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Loran teleports up the stairs. How what took you all so long?
Do you want some
Send
of us
you
to?
to the Haynam tribe next. Stops up.
Do you want some
Yeah.
of us to research Shadowfell in the library while you meet with your father?
Sure, if you're also scared of my father.
Of course. So,
Just
you
like
guys
some-
can split into 2. If anybody wants to go with Ulster to meet his father, you may. If anybody wants to go and do research, you may.
I think Neff should come with Ulster.
I was gonna say, of course, Neff wants to see the other royal members of Brian's family.
Understood. So, Neff,
And Noran, of
Ulster?
course, he'll join.
Loran, I love going on these little excursions to see your dad. Bluey, Cass.
I think Cass is frozen.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
George. Georgie.
oh!
There we go. Maybe.
Wait, the still changed. We got a different picture.
Oh. Yogi.
Okay.
Gurgi.
Gurgi. Gurgi.
If I ever had a dog, I would name it Gurgi, but I'm probably never going to have a dog.
If I ever had a dog, I actually had a name of a dog that I would call it. I'd call it Cuddlebread.
Cute.
That's cute.
What if
Bread
it was
for
like
sure.
a corgi and it looks like a loaf?
That's exactly why I would call it Cuddlebread.
Oh my God.
The exact the only corgi I want
Mm.
is this one, and I'm going to show you a video of it in moments.
Dogs are fine, but after having a new dog, I have re-cemented my belief that I would like to enjoy the dogs of my friends and not my own.
It's fine. I'll
Yes.
have plenty of dogs
Yeah.
So
for you to cuddle and enjoy.
this is the only dog I want. Wait, can I put? Ain't that great? I'll send that to all of you. His face, it's just like yes. So excuse me whilst I just very quickly copy the link and then drop that like a drop bear.
Drop
In
it
the
like a
chat.
tap.
Also, Allstairs
I
didn't
shall.
turn himself into 3 Allstairs. Loran turned him into 3 Allstairs.
That is true.
Loran retcons what he says to that.
Well, maybe I should send
There
Loran.
were 3 of you, and they did blah 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 blah. It's cold.
It's very cold.
Anyway.
It keeps snowing here. Ridiculous.
Love it. So, Ulster, Loran, Neff, you make your way upstairs. Loran is already up there, having teleported ahead, being like, haha, I wasted so much magic on this.
Yes, you kind of are your own worst enemy.
I know. Shall we knock on the door? Neth, would you like to do the honours? There's a moment pause. Come in.
I open the door for Brian and Loran to head in
Oh,
first.
Oh, how sweet. You open the door, and inside you find much the same scene. Ulster, you notice that a shroud has been placed over the body of Karul to obscure it from view. It's thick enough that you can't see any discernible features, just the outline, the profile. And on each corner of the slab he lies on, rune stones have been placed, which hold the shroud down, but also seem to serve a spiritual purpose, as Rolmy goes about kind of wafting his hands over each of the runes.
He's smoke cleansing.
He doesn't. It is the Maasai. There is no smoke. But in the same way that water catches on air as and vaporizes, it seems to be something. There's something like this going on.
Hello.
And he stops. You're back.
Yes.
Did the mission go?
Quite well.
That is good. I am pleased for you.
I'm
And
an envoy of one of my personal guard to the Hainam tribe. I believe they need the extra assistance until they return from migration.
which would that be?
Mr. Wiggleshift.
I did hand select him to stay here.
Yes, well, I think it would be good for him to get out of the palace.
If you think so. What is it you need from me?
We have a plan of action.
Okay.
I guess I'll tell you. We would like to transport Krul's body to Titania to be turned into eternal mulch. It's quite impressive.
And you don't trust the Maasai with doing this because...
No, we do. We just think it would be quite satisfying to turn him into mulch.
It'd be quite satisfying if I could.
But we are unfortunately not immortal fairies, and we cannot do that.
No.
It's good to accept our limitations.
No, I'm certainly not immortal. So I can pass the body on.
Yes, or we can take it if that is suitable. We can go to the Feywild and deliver the body to Titania herself.
Once you have made the arrangements, I will make arrangements for you as well.
Okay. Well, thank you. We were going to go to the Shadowfell after, and then we were going to go, I assume, to the Hells, so it will be a bit of a busy time.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, that sounds perilous.
Yes.
Please come back in one piece. If you come back in many pieces, then I suppose at the very least we'll have a lot to bring you back with.
Yes.
But I would prefer it if you didn't.
They don't need to bring my pieces back. I have hair storage all over the material plane. And
Oh, I have my own collection too.
Oh. Well, I see that's where I get it from. It's a rather morbid interest, isn't it?
I plaited mine all together so that I would always...
That's an idea.
Well, it's if you take a long strand and then you tab it off at the ends, you can braid it and then you can unbraid what you don't need.
It's unfortunate that most of my friends don't have extremely long hair.
That's a shame.
Mm.
I wonder
Around
why. Yes.
We named our son, by the way. Duran, would you like to tell him?
Yes, I would. Hello. We have named our son after you. No, I'm joking. Could you imagine? That'd be so funny. No. We've named our son show on, Leander, game on Dehane. What do you think of that? That is a name.
It's a traditional name.
Yes. I'm, well, half traditional.
Yes, we do have a double-barreled name. That did seem fair. And it's traditional for Duran as well, being a Taoshiri.
I see.
I see.
It's a good name. Ah, we share the same sense of humor, I see.
Ulster contains himself. I think him and Romy are just having a moment. Only they think they're being funny, everyone else is like, what?
Lauren is like, you are painful to be around like this. So, we're gonna go to the Shadowfell, gonna go to the Hells, we're gonna get that contract erased off of my brother's back. Oh, yeah, that happened. And, Neff is here. Hello, Neff.
Hello.
Do you have anything more to say to the king?
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance once again.
Why would we be making acquaintance again? I thought we knew each other quite well by this point.
I know. This is like we're just acquainting each other once more. On top of our many acquainting events that we've had together.
Event. Indeed.
I'm just here just in case something goes wrong.
Like that body rising
That's
under the shroud.
Also,
Sure.
that's an oxymoron. You being here almost ensures it.
That is a risk we sometimes must take in life.
I
That was really
understand. That is actually quite wise. You do have some skill in healing.
I'd like to think so. Can I medicine check the king while I'm here?
You may. Yes.
The only thing in pain is his soul.
That is a 16.
He has aged many decades in the moments in which you last saw him.
You look great.
You think so?
I know so. I did a medicine check to prove it.
You were dismissed, all three.
Will we see you again before we depart?
Yes, probably. Just give me notice before you go and I will come to see you off.
Thank you. That is very
You're
kind.
welcome. And Neff, I have discovered a new line on my forehead.
Oh,
Perhaps you could make it go away.
I can try that for you if you'd like.
You can try, certainly.
she could give you a massage.
So I did bring something new with me. Now, this is called Botox.
Neff, I don't think we should be using that on my father.
I think he might actually... He seems like the type of person who would like it.
No, he would be
I'm
even
quite-
scarier if he couldn't move his face.
He doesn't move it much to begin with.
Oh my god.
I'm quite expressive.
It's perfect for Botox. I can assure you, and she thinks for a bit, Your Royal Highness, that you would not lose any expressiveness in your face with the addition of this product.
Neff,
That
you know
would
what?
be quite
You are-
painful for me because I convey a lot of my emotion with my eyes.
That is true.
Ulster takes his cloak off and just lets it fall on Neff. Wow, look at that, I made Neff disappear.
Loran claps his hands.
I'm
Pull
a
the cloak
magician.
away. Neff is invisible.
Wasn't
I'm
that
smart.
wonderful?
We are wondrous. Now let's leave. Let me pick up this inanimate object. He picks up invisible Neff.
Ah.
Goodbye, father.
You get a message in your mind, in your mind, Neff. Go along with it.
She doesn't really know how to go along with it as an invisible inanimate object. But she stays silent.
How we got to this point, I know not. But you do all exit the room.
Be back to pick up Cruel later.
This episode is
Indeed.
sponsored by Neff's Botox.
As you do this, the other three, you guys head down to the library to start doing your research on the Shadowfell. And with everybody heading to make plans for their next step in this quest, we will wrap up for today here. So, thank you everybody. This was wild. I enjoyed it. And see you next time for Heading to the Shadowfell.
Dun dun dun.
I'm hyped. I'm excited.
Change our mind again.
Fun fact, I don't know what the Shadowfell is.
Ooh! Fun. I like the
assume it's-
Shadowfell.
I assume it's the space between the space you were talking about between the astral plane and this one, or
Isn't it
wherever.
like purgatory, but spookier?
Okay.
It's the Raven Queen's domain.
But you can visit
So,
there.
well, no. So here's the thing. Planar travel is really rare. The fact that you guys can do any of this is so beyond obscure. The only reason that you know people who have gone to these places or even gone near them is because they are the last of their kind that has been driven to extinction in Cerelaras. They are the chosen one of the most immortal beings on Earth, which would be Zarina. They are literal monarchs of countries. It would be Rolmy and Sharp Pistol. You guys are,
And then just us lot, like, yeah!
you guys are
Vacation.
top of your game at the moment. So even though it sounds like you guys are popping around the plains like that, this is actually quite remarkable.
We're just disappointing with how we use our magic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that there are people who could attest.
Like
Regardless.
creating baby mansions.
Indeed. Thank you everybody for playing, and thank you anyone who watched. We'll be back at the same time next week for Shadowfell. Good stuff. That's all
Dun, dun,
for today. Thank you.
Thank
Goodbye. Bye-bye.